What the hell are you guys doing? Who chose this? Who would ever choose a game like this? It was me. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. My name is David Sinar. And today we are playing Sweet Fuse at Your Side, which is an Otome game, visual novel. And, well, it has some Danganronpa-like elements, so I wanted to give it a shot. Playing... Hey. Did you buy Games Song? I did not. I don't engage in stocks. Unfortunately, I could have made some money, I guess. Can't wait for some quality storytelling that uses logic to progress the story. But seriously, Metal, just playing this pressing X a bunch of times. It's like Persona. As long as it's good, it's fine. We could all be fucking rich. We could. If only we were around Reddit. I guess you can actually move, but they're filler. I would like to create system data. It's a JRPG, it's about pressing X. Sometimes you use some D-pad, but that's it. It's not about how many buttons you have to press. Curious how far you could get just hitting X though? Try it. Is it morning already? I guess I fell asleep after all. Shut up, alarm. Much better. Well, Uncle, I hope you're ready. My uncle is the creator of a new theme park called the Gameatorium. He invited me to the pre-opening event, but I'd been so excited and restless I'd barely slept. Alright, Kane de Boo, let's hope it goes well. This little guy is called Kane de Boo, and he's the Gameatorium's mascot. My uncle gave him to me a while back. He's super adorable, but more importantly, he looks like a rice ball, and rice balls are delicious. It's a Japanese game, narrate in Japanese. I'm not narrating, I'm talking as the main character. Ah, shit, I'm in front of the thing. Sorry guys, I know you really want to see this. All of it. Anyway, I got out of bed as fast as I could. I had big plans for my day at the park. I wish I could bring some of my friends, but the invite said it was just for staff and their relatives. Well, I'm sure I can have lots of fun all by myself. Alright, time to get dressed. Gosh, I can't believe it's actually really finally opening. I guess he was telling the truth. My uncle is Keiji Inafune, a game creator known throughout the universe. The universe? I'd say he's well known in Earth, not the universe. Also, I don't think my mom ever heard of Keiji Inafune. I also wonder... one thing I don't get is this game has nothing to do with... this game has nothing to do with Capcom. But they managed they somehow made the main character to be Keiji Inafune's niece. What is this? It's a VN. He'd been telling me for years that his dream was to make a theme park from all of his favorite games. I wonder if that's like Keiji Inafune's real voice. I might have heard of the guy before, I don't remember. They actually got him in this game? I don't know! I don't know! Alright, so as usual, if he's got self-respect, let's find out. I can't not know. You going to get a wife or a husband though? No, you're a girl and it's only guys, so it's only husbandos. It's an otome game. Sweet Fuse actors. Keiji Inafune, voiced by Norio Kobayashi. Damn. Is it an otome game? Yes. He's got self-respect, but it's not after Mighty Number 9. So who knows? Sadly, I don't know. The holy fuck is this? We'll find out. It's a game that is that has a lot of similarities to Danganronpa. I don't exactly know which one came first. This game is old, what the hell? It's like 2012? Or 13? It's not that surprising he did it, really. He's always making his dreams into reality, and video games are a pretty big deal these days. Every single thing in the park is based on a popular game. But hey, how are you guys doing? How was everyone's day? This is my stop. I sure hope nothing bad happens today. I'm sure it won't. No killing games. I made my way out of the busy station and walked quickly toward the park, excitement putting a spring in my step. This is it. This is the Gameatorium. The only people who'd been allowed in were staff members, their families, and some news crews, but even so, the place was packed. Assuming this is PC, I think it's time to disown you. Thought you cared about the PlayStation family? This is actually on PSP. It's a PSP game. I don't get to be disowned. PSP game from 2012, what the hell? I know, right? Does it have trophies? Doesn't count? It counts. It counts. Looks like that seat's open. We smiled at each other as I sat down in the empty seat. I could see a number of older men in suits sitting on the stage in the front. I figured they must have been the park's managers and owners. In front of the stage was a whole row of cameras. They had to belong to the press. It's really getting a lot of attention, huh? I saw a story about how the Gameatorium was about to open on TV just the other day. I was still looking around excitedly when I heard the drum roll start up. It sounded like things were about to start. From somewhere near the stage, I could hear a band begin to play. Was this before he got fired from Capcom? I think so, but I'm not sure. This is it. It's finally starting. There he is, Keiji Inafune himself. This was before he got fired. Look how he looks so much better than he looks now when he actually needs to fix bugs for Mighty Number 9. Wasn't he creating some red whatever game that was like, it was to Mega Man Legends with Mighty Number 9 was to Mega Man? Mega Man Legends 3? Yeah, it was called Red Rust or whatever. They actually announced an animation. Any new GameStop millionaires and shit today? Unfortunately, no. What about you? I have no stocks. I'm gonna be a Dogecoin millionaire. I have 0 stocks, so. But hey, this Dogecoin tripled in the past 24 hours. Good luck. Nice. You do have a bit of GameStop stock? Nice. I mean, it's 300% up, right? So every dollar became $300? 3 cents instead of 1? Nailed it. That's 3 cents you didn't have before. But yeah, I saw the whole deal with this Robinhood app not allowing people to sell. Which is, let's call it what it is. It's fucking dishonest. The Franco was talking about it. Apparently there's already class action lawsuits. People just have to look elsewhere, can still trade on Fidelity. Yes, but you're blocking. Yeah, this isn't legal, right? You're blocking trade to the little guy. What? You're called Robin Hood, and you're blocking trade to the little guy to protect the hedge funds. Nice. Let's see a timeline for this. Yeah, Sweet Fuse is 2012. When is Danganronpa from? $2010. Okay. So this came out after. Dogecoin got a hit 4 cents today. Hey man, if you have a lot, it's good. Legally, it's all gray area because it's unprecedented. On the other hand, it's complete and utter bullshit for anyone with alpha brain cell. Yeah, I saw they managed to unite both sides of the aisle on this. So, props for that. You got AOC and Ted Cruz to agree. Here I am laughing with me 14-year-old self going, yeah dude, you're right. We're better off burning it all down. No! You're better off buying GameStop stocks. Last week, not now.
このテーマパークをプロデュースしましたゲームクリエイターの稲船でございます。
Talk to me in a week or so. We know how this ends, sadly. But well, that's why it's important that they don't block you selling it. Exactly. It is going to come crashing down. I don't expect it not to, but make your money. Last year when it was $4 stock, what was gonna burst? It has to, of course. This was all foretold in Metal Gear. This part, was it? That's him, that's my uncle. I almost leapt up to wave at him before I caught myself. It's all gambling. Buy low, sell before the bubble bursts. Exactly, exactly. I mean, people know... I think people know not to get themselves into trouble buying stocks, right? Stocks is what you buy if you want to invest high risk, but you're not supposed to be like, I'm gonna put all of my money here. It can't go wrong for sure. Huh? Is something wrong with the mic? I can't hear him. He stepped back from the mic, confused, and tapped it a couple times. I hope everything's okay. Starting to fidget when suddenly... I'm sure there's plenty of people who saw this and threw their life savings into it in desperate hope. If they did, I hope they can sell in time. Because, yeah. This, I understand a lot of people are in a bad situation right now, but I hope no one's coming out of this worse. What? I signed up for Robinhood a few days ago, still hasn't approved of me. Normal. They're probably blocking a lot of stuff. I think I've seen Phil promote it. That's the app that gives you 1 free stock when you sign in, right? What is this? I could see my uncle running back and forth in confusion. What the heck is going on? Who was that voice? What were they talking about? Something was wrong. Even from far away, I could see that the men in suits all looked very stiff. I turned toward where he was pointing. What? A crowd of people in what looked like black unitards were running in through the entrance. You sure your portfolio has at least $1 million in it and they'll take notice? I'm sure we can all afford $1 million from our trust funds. Of course, of course. What's $1 million? What's $1 million less, right? course, that would make sense. My uncle has always been good at thinking up fun stuff, and he's got a great sense of humor. The guys in the unitards ran up to the stage and started tying up the men in business suits. I couldn't begin to guess what was going to happen next, so I just kept watching with bated breath. Fidelity? Does it also give you like a free stock, or... Same mascot I had on my phone strap. I wasn't sure what he'd mean by doing away with Carnet de Boo. Did that mean the park was going to close? Gosh, Uncle Cage, you sure think of some weird stuff. Everyone seems stunned by that the park's mascot would be done away with on the first day. Looking at how worked up the audience had gotten, I was sure my uncle was feeling pretty proud of himself. No free stock, that's not a common thing? Yeah, I'd imagine. It's not. Suddenly, smoke filled the stage and I could just barely make out something rising up from below it. The free stock is not enough to do anything with anyway. Sure, of course. It's just a way to entice people to register. What is that? A costume? It looked a little like Carnet de Boo, but it was different. I had to stifle a laugh. His voice didn't match up with his costume at all. He performed an odd sort of self-indulgent pirouette and bowed. Huh? No sooner had he spoken than the Ferris wheel exploded in a thunderous roar of flames. We watched, mouths hanging open, as the symbol of the park crumbled to the ground in a cloud of smoke. I'm starting to think maybe this isn't just an act. As soon as I turned back to the stage, the entire crowd erupted in panic. Screams of frightened people quickly drowned out the fading rumble of the Ferris wheel's collapse. But this pig isn't done yet? No, forget about him. I have to save Uncle Keiji. I fought my way through hundreds of terrified attendees toward the stage. Even as I did, Count Hogstein continued his stupid speech. Seven people in a 7-day-long game. Here we go. Dogecoin just hit 4 cents. Is it time to buy in? Is it going to hit $4 in a week? How long has Dogecoin existed? What? Blow up the park? What the hell are you talking about? Taking my uncle and the park staff hostage isn't a game, you jerk. This park is my uncle's dream, and there were so many people looking forward to enjoying it. What should I do? Right. Hey, hold on. Everybody else is trying desperately to escape, but I raised my hand high in the air. It's all a gamble. Could hit $1, or it could burst tomorrow and go back to 10% of 1 penny. Who can know what's going to happen in this fucking carnival we now live in? True. Count Augustine frowned. Yeah, I'll take your challenge. I don't really know what this game is, and if I'm being honest, this is pretty scary, but thanks to Uncle KG, I've gotten pretty good at figuring out game logic. Count Augustine stared at me for a moment, then snorted. I know what I'm doing. I stole a quick glance at my uncle, tied up and gagged. He looked worried. I gave him the slightest of nods, careful not to let Count Augustine notice. I can't let this park get blown up by that creep. I'll solve these stupid puzzles and I'll save my uncle. This is like the my uncle works at Nintendo, the game. Stage 1. Damn. He has an Orlando in his park. Oh, they told all the participants to come to this plaza, so here I am. This is strikingly similar to Dangan in a lot of ways. That's why I'm playing it. That's what I said. Who made this? What year? It's 2 years after Danganronpa. It was made by Idea Factory and Automate. I see 6 other people. Count Augustine had mentioned 7 heroes, which means that the other 6 people there were probably the other participants. So they ripped off Dangan? Okay, I thought it predated Dangan. Yeah, I guess. But hey, if they did it well, it might still be interesting, right? I mean, we have no more Dangan, so we have to look for something somewhere, right? I mean, they skipped over all the other 50 Danganronpas. That voice, it's him. Hey, Danganronpa is a VN.
お出ましみたいだな。
やっと。まったく待ちくたびれたよ。
Is this fully voiced? Except for my character?
しかし声はすれども姿が見えませんね。一体どこから。
あそこだ。あの像の裏から声が聞こえる。
It's Byakuya. Cats are rarely anywhere near as good. Crossing my fingers for you. Hope it's good. Yeah. Well, if it's not, we're doing one route and getting off this train. Statue. Oh, I see it. There's a TV on its back that's showing Count Augustine, but this statue is... Huh, yeah, you got that right. But yeah, of course, this isn't as well known as Danganronpa, so there's gotta be a reason for that, right? Forget this train. Can we get off the simulation railway and go back to the comfy PlayStation railway? Do you want to see me just grind levels on Okage? I mean, it would go faster for sure if I streamed the grind. It would go faster. Well, at least he realizes he's the antagonist. Fair enough, fair enough. I still think Nino Nana is the first one of all of those that I'll be playing. And now he's gone.
自由奔放な方ですね。
雑談タイムって言われてもさ、本当に自己紹介とかするの？
まあ、魔王への旅を共にするとなりゃ、名前が必要になるのは確かだな。
I guess I can play Miles. Yeah, sure.
素性を明かすことは他人を信用する道につながる。まずは俺から名乗るとしよう。俺はシドスバル、警部補だ。
Huh, he's a detective.
警部補？本物？当然だ。この通り、警察手帳もある。
By the way, watch Spider-Verse before Miles Morales, I guess.
へえ、すごい。本物初めて見たよ。
Will probably make me appreciate it more. Still haven't watched it? I have not, yeah. Will watch or did watch? I'm kinda asking. What's the detective doing at an amusement park?
非番でその格好はねえわな。警備か何かってところか？
ああ、オープニングイベントの警備を指揮していた。
おいおい、それじゃあ何か？こんな状況を招いた元凶が勇者様の一味なのかよ。
He's just glaring. I guess he's not the good cop.
まあまあ、ここで私たちが争っても何も始まりません。私は浦部君まろと申します。職業はご覧の通り占い師です。
Well, we got a detective and a fortune teller. Well, that's a nice change of pace. He seems like he's pretty nice, if a little weird. And he really does look like a fortune
で
teller.
はお次はあなたですね。
This guy's in a straitjacket. Did he not hear? I think it's your turn. What's your name?
ネオシコータ。無職。
He's a neat. I get it. Well, that's something Danganronpa... That's something Danganronpa can't have. You can't be the best at something if you're nothing. This is the copycat? Copy paste.
うわ、暗。
I like this guy. Well, I guess he doesn't talk much. But this kid, I feel like I've seen his face somewhere before. Ah, he's a serial killer.
次は僕の番だけど、僕は名乗らなくてもわかるよね。テレビで見たことあるでしょ？
No.
いや。
申し訳ありません。私も世俗には少々疎くて。
テレビに興味がない。
あ 見たような気はするんだが、悪いな。この先必要ないと判断した知識は頭から抜けちまうんだ。
Still seeing elements that vaguely resemble 999 and even Ace Attorney? Think they ripped off everyone? Maybe. By the way, Throw. Have you confirmed the emotes are usable everywhere? So I got rid of the FFZ Monokuma. And I traded it with Monomi. And we now have a Yakuza emote because I love Yakuza so much. I'm sure Throw would love that emote if he could see it. David is a lifetime midlife crisis. Throw. This is an emote of Kiryu. And next to him is the one word. Nani? I know you'd appreciate it.
嘘でしょ、一人も。うわ、ショック。少年時代ジュニア知らないの？一応今日のイベントにもゲストで招かれてた芸能人なんだけどな。
Did you confirm if the emotes are usable in other people's chats? Of course, I remember. The Junior Boys was a boy band that was super popular, mostly with girls. All the members were really cute, and a bunch of my classmates were fans. Boy bands aren't really my thing, you know. That explains why he looked familiar, though.
やっぱりおじさん世代には知名度が低いんだな。もっと頑張ろうと。
You told me that? I thought you were like, I see no reason why it wouldn't work, but you hadn't tested it.
というわけで、若さとは改めてよろしく。
I think that old guy's comment might have made things a bit awkward here, but this kid's definitely got the face of a star.
よし。そんじゃ次は俺だな。
No idea why you keep asking me. You can go into any channel and try it yourself as well. This is a valid point that I didn't think of.
俺は三嵐流星。職業はホストだ。
He's an escort? Well, that's not in Danganronpa. Because Danganronpa's family friendly. No, I asked about if it worked in the other channels. I usually hang out with I do hang out with Nobruk, but he started playing Miles Morales, so that's a no. A what?
なあ。銀座のユリシーズって店でナンバーワンを張ってる。
Number one, he's the ultimate escort. But oh my god. 69 followers. Please, no one ever follow this guy again. Alright, I'm out.
姉ちゃんも俺の店に来ればいつでも最高の夢を見せてやるぜ。
Huh? Doesn't really look like an escort, but the way he talks.
刑事に占い師、無職、アイドルときて、ホストまでいるのか。なんとな、見事にバラバラな面々だな。
I'd say that guy looks like a police officer. He's what? Let's guess. He's the ultimate writer.
おい、そういうあんたは何者なんだよ。人に名乗らせておきながら自分はだんまりって。
ああ、失礼。確かに情報はギブアンドテイクが基本だな。俺は調べ歩む。
Journalist.
ここにはオープニングイベントの取材で来ていたんだが、まあ、ご覧のありさまだ。
Well, a journalist has to write, so I consider myself right. Dogecoin is now hitting back down to 3 cents. We live on a goddamn roller coaster at this point. It's just 1 cent. This roller coaster is like this. He sighed.
さて、最後はあなたですね。
こんな得体の知れないゲームに自ら参加した物好きか。
Suspicious? I'm Inafune Saki. I'm a high school student.
予想はしてたが、本当に高校生かよ。ただの学生がどうしてこんなゲームに立候補なんてしたんだ？
It's a matter of percentage. Sure. Because what did it start as? 10 fractions of a cent? Is that what you said? To stop the bombs, of course, and to rescue the hostages. After I spoke, they all fell silent.
なんというか、若いな。
信じられないよ。僕だったら速攻で逃げる。っていうか、正直今も帰りたい気持ちでいっぱい。帰っていいのなら僕も。
So how were they forced?
つうかワルドブーの野郎はどうしたんだよ。この像を蹴飛ばしはまた出てくるか？
おい、あれを魚でするような行動は慎め。人質の安否が不明なうちはむやみに動くな。
さすが刑事様は言うことが違うな。てめえよりも他人の心配か。
人命を優先するのは当然のことだ。警察官としても人としても。
確かに人質の方たちのことは気になりますね。そうだ、私の水晶で占ってみますか。
悪いが、俺は非科学的なものは信じない。
そうですか。それは残念です。
はあ、早く帰りたい。座りたい。
This is disappointing. None of these guys really feel like hero material. But I guess none of them chose to be here, so I can't really blame them for being upset. I'm just worried about whether or not we can pull this off. Oh, he's back. I wonder if there are different routes or different people die. I hadn't noticed until that moment that one of the people in the black unitards had appeared next to us. There was no question he was the piglet.
もったいぶりやがってめんどくせえな。ここでいやいいだろ。
まあまあみたらしさ。状況が状況ですし、 今は彼の言う通りに。
なんだと。
なんだと。
とりあえず従った方がいいんじゃない？ここでぼーっとしてても進まなそうだしさ。
Right, let's say you bought it in at 10% of a penny for $100. So, in other words, 100,000 Doge coins. That 1 cent change cost you about $2.5 million, if my math is right. Sure. But hey, Cyan is the new millionaire. Man, but it is a crazy thing. But I guess people are betting on it not going much higher then if it came back down. It's because people sold, right? A reporter's best assets is his feet? But just what kind of game is he going to make us play? We followed the piglet inside the castle. Count Augstein had indicated. It was long before it opened up into a magnificent room that looked like a banquet hall from a period drama. Ah, Zetsubo no Sekai. You?
なんだよあいつ。豚のくせして玉座なんかに腰掛けやがって。ふざけてんな。
おい、聞こえるぞ。人質の身に何かあったらどうする？
So yeah, I wanted to trade the loot emote with the Monokuma emote, but Arrogance was complaining last night. So I didn't. Ontario Hero has never once complained here. God knows he has plenty he could complain about. The box looked like it was about twice as tall as the piglet standing at attention next to it. What was in there? This didn't feel good. Okay.
Huh? 7時間ぼっちだと?
7 people, 7 hours. This does remind me of just because of the title, because I didn't play it, but it does remind me of 9 persons, 9 hours, 9 doors. Is that pig supposed to be Monokuma? I guess. He did say welcome to the world of despair.
次のルールは
They need to sign a waiver.
せこいな。卑怯だ。連絡禁止？どうしよう。スケジュールに穴が開いちゃうよ。
But two of these people were here working. That doesn't make sense. What a jerk. Oh no! As soon as he finished talking, Count Augustine began to laugh, his stomach jiggling obscenely. How can he laugh about killing people? He's awful. I frowned, trying to think of something to say when...
よせ。感情に流されるままに行動するのは愚かな人間のすることだ。うっせえ。
俺はあいつのこと一発殴ってやんねえと気が済まねえんだ。
Shido was doing his best to hold Mitarashi back, but I wasn't sure how long he'd last. You need to calm down. If you get mad, you're just doing what he wants.
そうですよ。ルールにはワルドブーに手を出すなとありました。破れば人質の身が危うくなります。
畜生。
He swore and shook off Shido, slamming his fist into a nearby pillar. With a slimy smile, he clapped his hands. At this signal, the piglets took hold of the blue cloth. It fell away from the box, revealing... What I thought was a box was actually a giant cage, and inside of it was my uncle and the park management. They stole that dude with the braid from Val Kilmer in Willow? I don't remember.
いつでも人質を始末できるぞというあいつのご挨拶か。
The fortune teller though, right? Metal ball. As I spoke, he grinned and looked up toward the ceiling. I followed his gaze. I have never seen Willow, no.
なんてことだ。檻の上に鉄球が。
No! It was too clear what Count Augstine's message was. That's... What the fuck have you done with your life? I think that was already old when I was born, no? Oh, okay. Yeah, it does look a little bit like that. It was what we were all thinking, even if I'd been too afraid to say it. Like some movies you hear about all the time, but I guess Willow. I don't know, at least in my circles, no one talked about it. Let's start over. We're scrolling the David project, starting over from birth so I can guide him from the start. He was so smug. I just wanted to punch him in that massive jiggly gut every time he opened his mouth. He was talking about killing people, about killing us. How could he be so casual? I won't let him get away with this. Everyone else was staring at the arrogant pig, probably thinking the same thing I was. Everyone except for Wakasa. He slumped to the ground, holding his head. I'd volunteered to play Augustyn's sick game, but Wakasa hadn't. None of them had. Davey Boy 2.0. Stronger, faster, less weave. That's not David anymore. I guess they're victims too. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. There was no guarantee one of these men wouldn't try to escape. I knew my uncle, but apart from that, the hostages were complete strangers to all of us. I'm really not sure about these guys. I don't know anything about them. No, I have to trust them. We're going to be working together for 7 days. If I don't trust them... I shook my head. We'd never be able to win Augustyn's games unless we trusted each other. The characters in Uncle Keiji's games always talked about how important it was to believe in other people. They did? Hello, Pee-Pee, how are you? I leveled a glare at the pig. There was no way I was going to lose. The wonderful world of RPGs. I like that world. Another piglet appeared to guide us, and we set off for the RPG attraction Augustyn had indicated. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, is this it? The world map? Despair Girl? What? Ultra Despair Girls? No. It's Sweet Fuse at your side. It's not Danganronpa. Before the opening, my uncle had told me that the park was divided into 7 different themed areas. Each area has a main attraction that represented the theme. I glanced around as I walked, trying to compare what I was seeing to what I remembered about the park's layout. No one spoke, and our footsteps were heavy and slow. Everyone's mind was on what the pig had told us. Whatever. Right now I need to concentrate on figuring out how to beat these games. I was glaring so hard at the back of the piglet's head that I didn't hear Shido start talking.
一つだけ明確なのは、これから行われるゲームとやらのクリアに、この7人の命がかかっているということか。
But yeah, in this case, it is a visual novel. It is kind of like Danganronpa. It's also a killing game, but no relation. No waifus? No, in this case, you're the waifu, and everyone else is a husband, though. It's an otome game.
んなことさっきあの豚が言っただろ。一回言われればわかるっての。
まあ確かにそうだが、今は状況を整理する必要がある。それにこのランドの詳しい情報が必要だ。
Well, I know a little bit about it. I explained to them what I'd been thinking earlier. So the main park attraction in the main attraction in the RPG part of the park is probably
後ろファンタジー7。
Samurai Fantasy 7?
なんだお前、やけに詳しいじゃないか。
So basically now you must think and act as a waifu? Yes, of course. I'm all of their waifus.
別にたまたまだたまたま。
Seems like kind of a weird response, but whatever. Shido frowned at Mitarashi, then turned to me. Yes?
お前が詳しいのも、奴と同じくたまたまなのか
What? No. Well, I'm related to someone who works for the park.
関係者。それではもしや先ほどの檻の中にいらしたのでは。
Yeah, they were.
なるほど。それでガテンが言った。身内を救うために、お前は女だてらにこんな危険なことに首を突っ込んだのか。
Even though you're a girl? Damn, sexist. Yeah.
それは胸中お察しいたします。
That's a little early. Urabe squeezed my hand reassuringly and gave me a somber bow. Maybe I should have mentioned my uncle earlier, then they might have been more willing to help me. I didn't need help. I thanked him and let go of his hand.
まあ、とにかく今、俺たちはその武士道なんとかというアトラクションに向かっているんだな。
武士道ファンタジー7は妖怪の主ヌラリヒョンに支配された江戸の国を取り戻すためだ。
Watching David play as a waifu. Wait until the spicy parts. I mean, I don't know. Probably not.
ヌラリヒョンが君臨する大江戸城を目指して武士が仲間と共に旅をする RPG。
ほう。お前さんやけに詳しいな。元になったゲームを知ってるのか
Is that Pocky he's always snacking on?
ゲーム好きなんだ。今日だって会場で限定の DLC が配布されるって言うから来た。
Oh my god, we just learned how to say DLC in Japanese. It's still DLC. We are so cultured, guys. Oh, so that's why he knows about it. Mitarashi frowned.
あ ?DLC?
ダウンロードコンテンツのことだよ。
うん。とにかく、これで元ネタの内容は大体つかめた。問題は、 それが一体どんなアトラクションになってるかだな。
ワルドブーのことです。考えもつかないような罠を仕掛けているに違いありませんね。
だろうな。
Shirabe sighed and shifted the cigarette in his... Oh, it's a cigarette? Wait, that's not a cigarette, it's a snack? Okay, well thanks for answering. I'm already thinking like a girl. So he likes sweets? I never would have guessed. I totally thought that was a cigarette. For some reason, I found my eyes drawn to it. He was almost hypnotic.
あとは実際にこの目で確かめるしかないようだな。
Yeah. I was thinking on which song I can work this weekend in order to upload to my YouTube channel. You produce songs? If all of this hadn't happened, what would Samurai Fantasy VII have been like? Remakes? Okay. So you do remakes of popular songs? I felt sad. I had a feeling Uncle Keiji did too. Damn, the Fantasy VII looks exactly the same. It's Samurai Fantasy VII. The gate looked like one from a European castle, but the towers that rose up behind it looked Japanese. It could have come across as cheesy and contrived, but I thought it was a nice touch. Really?
それより見ろよ、あそこ。
That's not a Keiji Inafune game. Orchestras of anime songs, games, digital audio orchestra? So you digitally play like every instrument? Interesting. How long does it take to make one? Huh? I turned to look.
ワルドブーの像。
It was just like the statue we'd seen in the plaza.
おそらくあのモニターを通じてまた奴が何か言ってくるだろう。
そうでしょうね。
もうやだよ。帰りたいよ。
Just as Wakasa began to moan, Count Augustine appeared on the screen. His disgusting voice echoed through the empty air. Wakasa had just covered his ears and shut his eyes tight. Just looking at him made me feel a little helpless and scared. I volunteered for this. I have to face the consequences. Shido gave me a small nod.
おい、若さとは。お前の気持ちもわかるが、ここはもう進むしかない。ただ、彼女も気丈に振る舞っているじゃないか。
Metal. No. Bad. Down. Depends on your ability to play on piano, your ability to use the program itself. For example, I did a Violet Evergarden Orchestra and it took me about 2 months, I think. For Zelda Wind Waker, it took me a month. Okay. Do you like Danganronpa? You should make a Danganronpa song. Track. He slowly stood back up, but his face was pale, and he looked ready to collapse at any moment. Maybe you should stay out here? I don't remember there being a rule about all 7 of us having to go into the attraction.
確かにそうだな。そんなにビビってる奴を連れてっても足手まといなだけだろ。
俺も同感だ。そんな人間がいると仲間の士気が下がるだけだ。
それにこれから先のことを考えたら戦力は温存しておくのが上等だろうな。考えたくはないが万が一このアトラクションを失敗したら。そうとなると全員でアトラクションに入るってのもバカバカしいぜ。一つのアトラクションごとに1人か2人でいいだろう。
じゃあ僕はここで。
But before he could even finish his sentence, Augustein's voice rang out again. There was something about what he said that triggered new feelings of apprehension. I glanced over at the others to see them staring silently at the screen.
仕方ないな。全員で行くぞ。
わかったよ。行けばいいんだろ。
Augustine nodded sanctimoniously. Hello, Chimpy, how are you? The person in black turned to us and gestured. Keep an eye on Danganronpa, because right now I was thinking retake the Chrono Cross one that I've uploaded not so long ago. Okay. Or Chrono Trigger. I do think that the Chrono Trigger soundtrack is better. I'm sorry. It seems like he's trying to say something.
なんとなくだけど、ついてこいって言ってる気がする。
The piglet nodded earnestly.
なんだこいつら喋れないのか。
そんなことはどうでもいい。行くぞ。
Shiro strode off toward the castle without waiting for the rest of us to follow. I trotted along behind him, and the others slowly followed suit. Yes, it is. Okay. We got close, the castle's gates began to grind open.
おい、ここはどんなアトラクションなんだ。
Remember yesterday we talked about Miles? I think it was Throw that said I should play it. Yeah. He bought it for me too. Did you start it? Did you get it? He didn't speak, just twitched around like a worm in a frying pan.
さっぱりわからんな。ここに来るまでにも何人か見かけたが、黒子ってのはみんなこうなのか。
Not sure. Was it possible Count Augustine had forbidden them from talking?
おいみんな、腕時計は持っているか。
We all nodded and each held up a watch or a cell phone. Anything with a time on
持
it.
っているやつは時間を覚えておけ。現在12時ジャスト。
And we've got 7 hours left?
制限時間に注意して行動しなければなりませんね。
Well, today out of nowhere my cousin came over to door only chill. I mean, you do you. I'm not your dad. Gave me his copy since he's not playing it. Okay, cool. Are you going to start it anytime soon?
ああ、みんなも気をつけてて。
Will do. After all, if we didn't stay alert, in 7 hours we'd be dead. We walked through the gate and up to the castle. Up close, the towers looked even taller. The piglet gestured for us to go in. Inside was a long hallway that looked like a set from a period movie. I could just see a room at the end of it.
ここを進むようですね。
Already started, looking real good. Awesome, awesome. I do hope you enjoy it. And and don't think of it as a PS4 game. I suspect no. Yeah, I think you're right. We moved down the hallway slowly and carefully until we reached the door at the end and stepped into the room. By the way, do they sell Spider-Man Remastered by itself? Just like the outside of the castle, the interior was also an odd mix of East and West. This particular room seemed to have a stronger European influence. They do not? Oh boy. In the center was a statue of a creepy looking animal. A lion, maybe? It was a large device with several panels next to the statue. Each panel had a silhouette of a person on it. The doors to the left and the right had chains bolted across them. Obviously, we weren't going out that way anytime soon. This room is creepy. I sure hope we're not going to get locked in here or something. Huh. No sooner were the words out of my mouth than the door swung shut behind us.
くそ、鍵をかけられた。
どうしよう。本当に閉じ込められちゃったよ。
I meant it as a joke, but suddenly being trapped in the room with that statue didn't seem so funny. Still standing around worrying about it was only going to waste time. If we want to get out of here, then we're going to have to solve this puzzle. Every bit of time was precious. I started to look around the room.
おいお前、勝手な行動は慎め。まずはどうするかを慎重に考えてからだ。
おいおい、ちんたらやってたらどんどん時間が過ぎるだけだぜ。
Don't worry, I'll be fine. I won't touch anything. Yes, I will. I guess you don't get to be a police detective without being methodical. We do need to be cautious, but Mitarashi's right too. If we don't move quickly, we're going to be in bad shape. I started moving around the room, examining things, and before long, the others started to do the same. That statue and the panels... Oh, shit. The panels next to it both seemed pretty suspicious. I mumbled to myself and walked toward the statue. Then suddenly I heard a mechanical voice begin to speak.
宿命に目覚め魔性のあやかしヌエを打つべし打てざればヌエの毒にて死すべし
何かのヒントか。
What's a Nue?
あの像のことだ。
He raised a hand to point at the thing in the center of the room. Oh, so a Nue is an animal? I thought it was a lion or something at first, but as I looked closer, I could see that wasn't even close.
ヌエは確か日本に伝わる伝説の生き物です。
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
なんでそんな像がここに置かれてんだ？
With all our eyes on the news, something that looked sort of like smoke began to spill out of its mouth. Oh no, it does have poison! What the heck is this?
みんな、そいつから離れよ。
His voice was slightly muffled by the handkerchief he'd suddenly pressed over his mouth and nose. The rest of us all clasped whatever we had to our own faces.
これってもしかして毒ガスなんじゃないの？
ああ、おそらく有毒ガスだな。
Hey Echo, how goes it? By now the stuff pouring out of its mouth was purple. Clearly it wasn't ordinary smoke. You got gassed? I did. Smoke would have risen up, but this was slowly spreading out over the floor.
なるほど。これがヌエの毒ってわけか。打てざればヌエの毒にて死すべし。
Ayumu frowned and rubbed a hand across his rough beard.
とりあえず下手に動かない方がいい。煙の逃げ場がないからな。動けば動くほどガスが広がる速度を速める可能性がある。
どうしよう、このままじゃ死んじゃうよ。
叫ぶな。空気を乱すんじゃない。それこそ士気が早まるだけだ。
Let's just calm down. We've still got plenty of time before the gas. We've got plenty of time.
ああ、そうだ。それまでに謎を解くぞ。いちいちビビりやがって。貴重な酸素が減るだろうが。
なんでみんなそんなに落ち着いてられるんだよ。
Wakaza, no! He shot across the room to the door we'd come in through and began to furiously twist the handle. It's locked!
おい、動くなら空気をかき混ぜないようにそっと動けと言っているだろう。
Got to a semi-easy part of math? Oh. I must have skipped that part. No, there's a lot of easy parts actually. Just not as you go on.
そんなことするか。誰か外にいるんだろ。開けろよ。
He had gone into a state of total panic, frantically pulling on a door that clearly wasn't going to open.
おいてめえ、人の話聞いてんのか。空気がなくなるっつってんだろ。あ？
Wait! I gestured desperately to Mitarashi to calm down and walked as slowly and carefully as I could over to Wakaza. Hey Wakaza, listen to me. We didn't have any time to waste, but I couldn't just leave him in a panic either. You have to calm down. We can get out of here. We just have to solve the puzzle.
そうだ、絶対に大丈夫だ。
When did he... As I was wondering how he'd moved so quietly, Shido reached out to take hold of Wakaza's arm.
本当だな。
Urabe spoke up.
ほら、見てください。ガスの吹き出る速度は意外と緩やかですので、まだ時間はあります。
Derivatives can get easy if you know what to look for. I had a lot of what's it called? Like the kind of math that deals with poles and stuff like that. Fuck. I'm missing the name. You know what I mean. Statistics, yes. I had a lot of that in I had it in high school and I had it in college. And it was always a boost for my overall grades, so. I saw his hand loosen and slide off the doorknob. Shido was awfully reassuring. Then again, he was a police officer. All of the people, and of all the people there, he seemed the most reliable. When he said things would be alright, you believed them. And Hurabe made a good point too. Slowly and carefully, we made our way back to the statue. The thing that voice said earlier sounded like a hint. Do any of you know what it might mean?
魔性のあやかしヌエを打つべし。うてざ
れば以下の言葉の意味はそのままですから、私たちはまず己が宿命に目覚めの意味を考えるべきでしょうか。
ひとまず周囲を調べて情報を集めるべきだろうな。
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time, so why don't we split up?
くせ。二手ってどう分けるんだ？
Let me think. How do we want to split up? Oh no. How do I... Okay, save. First choice. Alright. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll see what route we're gonna take here. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Work with statistics and math almost every day, so it's true they're must learn. Yeah, that was the useful part of math. I do want to examine the panels because one of them is shining. How about Mishiro Wakaza and Miyaoshi? Look at those panels. Miyaoshi, not Meow. Did you buy GameStop stock too? No, I have no stock of any kind. I only own 100% of David Industries. Oh, you're not locked out from buying, you're locked out from selling, I think. Right? Isn't that it? Can't buy? Oh, okay. The lock is on buy. Oh, okay, okay. Ah, right, makes sense. Because you can't make it grow in value. You can only make it go down. Exactly. So, yeah, these guys need to face the music. Is that you on the left? No, they're all guys. Oh. What? Are they bad? They showed me at the start, I think. Screenshot? Hmm.
わかった。が、なんで君が決めているんだ？
それに、どうしてこういう組み合わせなわけ？
Can sell since the hedge funds need to buy it to replace the borrowed stocks? Right, right. You can only make it go down in value because that's what the hedge funds want. I hope this doesn't fly. Even if this started as a meme, it's not a meme anymore. I can't help to think that this is illegal in some way. I think Throw was saying it's not illegal because it was never done before. But it's definitely... I think it might be illegal very soon. It's people from both sides of the aisle are looking at this and saying it's no good. It's unprecedented. In other words, no legal precedent, so it's clearly bullshit, yet legally a gray area. Yeah. You don't understand how a stock can have short interest over 100%? I can't. I don't know how to explain. It's yeah, this is all speculation, right? Now let's get going. And with that, we split up. Shiro, Wakaza, Miyoshi, and I headed toward the panels.
この人型のシルエットは何だろうか。見たところ格闘技か何かの表示かと思えるが。
I took a closer look at the panels. Each one had a human-looking silhouette. One panel was lit up. Yeah, they look like people. One of them has a sword, this one has a bow. They're character classes. Maybe we need to find the one who's strong against the statue? The real stock, they're shorting stocks that don't actually exist on the very obvious chance that GameStop goes bust. Literally making money out of nothing. Yeah, but that's what Zetsumo no Sekai. That's what stocks are, right? Making money out of nothing. Fucking weeb. It's all speculative. It's all speculation. Like, the idea is, I think. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the idea is you borrow a stock, hoping to pay it later, and the idea is that you borrow $1,000 in stocks, hoping they go down in price. So that's the short selling, like the short or shorting or whatever. So that when you're actually going to pay those $1,000 in stock, they only cost $800, for example. So you got like $200 for free. You made that money extra. Hey man, I think that's the first one. No, Monokuma is the first one. Pretty much correct. Now multiply that by 1,000. That 1,000 by about a million. Of course. It's just an example, right? Of course, people do this in big quantities. So basically, what you're doing is you're earning money off of hoping that a company devalues, right? That things go wrong for this company, and that's kind of why Reddit engaged in this. Like, okay, these guys are banking on, basically you're banking on misery, so we're going to make this value go up. So basically now these guys that were buying $1,000 hoping to only pay 800. Now they have to pay like 300 or 3,000, which they don't have probably, or maybe they do. But that's the I mean, the lesson. It's mind-blowing the amount of money that is flowing out there from one rich fuck to another rich fuck. And all our money added on top as the cherry. True, true. This is the best mafia type movie plot. Man, this would make a good movie, I think. It is the little guy trying to give the middle finger to the big corporations. So it does have that underdog type story. There's already one with the housing market. The Big Short, exactly. I was trying to think of it. Thank you, thank you. There is indeed. That's the Steve Carell, right? I think I'm pretty sure I watched that. Got years of practice using other people for profit. I'm just surprised there were so many little guys doing this that the stock rose so much, because you expect that that the money from the little people has no power against the 1%ers, right? The big hedge funds. Or at least I would expect it to be meaningless. But yeah, like I said, it's going to burst for sure. I hope people don't lose their life savings over this, but so far it's an incredible story. But hey, go Dogecoin. Miyoshi suddenly spoke up. Because when the hedge fund guys see the stock rising, they buy it too, because they're scared it will skyrocket, which in turn raises the price even more. Funny as fuck. Yeah, I guess. They buy more so they can afford the previous increase, and they keep fucking themselves too. Like, it is a funny story. They're like, oh no, we're being manipulated, we have to spend more money to manipulate them? Yeah. I saw some guy, like, complaining about it on some news. Some guy complaining about it on some news. I'm very factual, I know. Like, how dare they do this? It's just, how dare they do this to us rich people? I hate that guy. Did you see it? I don't know who he is.
本当だ。武士、格闘家、呪術師?
So it is. We have to make a party to kill this thing. How will I pay for my 4th yacht full of cleaning supplies and slaves to clean my other 3 yachts? Yes.
特に格闘技にこだわっているというわけではないよ。
Right, I wouldn't really call a mage a fighter. I was trying to figure out what it meant when Miyoshi spoke. Classes? Wakaza piped up.
もしかして RPG とかに出てくるやつ? そうだ。
Right, of course, I get it now. I punched my hand in victory. The panels had to be for character classes, just like he'd said. I am the economy. Hear me and obey. Only one of them is lit up.
格闘家のカードだね。
Why only that one? There had to be some sort of meaning to it.
おい目押しコータ、お前はこのアトラクションの元になっているゲームに詳しいんだったな。
God damn it, Melty.
ああ、一通りはプレイした。
By the way, thank you for the bits, Echo. I don't think I said thank you.
内容をざっくりでいいので教えてほしい。
武士道ファンタジー7は武士である主人公が旅をする中で様々な者たちと出会い、最終的に7人パーティーになるんだ。
A party of 7, that must be what the panels are. I realized I was yelling and quickly shut my mouth, but Shiro nodded thoughtfully.
おそらくそれで間違いないだろう。
7人の勇者。
でもその7人の勇者の中で格闘家のキャラだけが光ってる意味はわかんないよ。
ひとまず一旦像を調べていたチームと合流して情報を整理しよう。
Managed to get an ad to earn a bit. Nice. We all agreed and headed back toward the statue and the other team. We met up again and began to exchange information. Alright, let's go over everything. The panels are the 7 adventurers from Samurai Fantasy VII. The only one that is lit is the monk. The 5 buttons on the new are on the head, neck, legs, stomach, and tail. That's everything, right? Everyone nodded.
パネルと像、この2つの要素が一体どう絡んでいるのか。
This stuff. What does awaken to your destiny mean? As we thought, the soft hiss of gas filled the silence. We have to do something, and soon, or... I glanced down at the time. An hour had already passed. I could see everyone else was feeling the pressure too. All around the room were twitchy feet and bit lips.
こんなんじゃ拉致が開かねえぜ。一か八かボタンを押してみるべきじゃねえか。
Huh? Wait! Stop! I tried to grab him, but he just shook me off.
おいよせ。
Shiro dashed forward to try and stop him, but Mitarashi hit the button on the statue's leg before he could. Everyone froze. Huh? A bright chime echoed through the room as the light on the monk panel clicked off and the mage panel lit up.
今度は呪術師のカードが光った。
Okay.
あ、本当だ。
Like who attacks each part of the beast?
やってみるもんだ。
これ以上むやみに触るな。
うっせえ。俺に指図すんじゃねえよっと。
Before anyone else could stop him, Mitarashi smacked the button on the new stomach.
みたらし流星、お前。
He grabbed the other man by the collar and shook him. No, stop! I tried to shove them apart, but as I did...
なんだよこの音。
呪術師のカードの色が赤になっています。
なんだと。それにヌエの口から出てくるガスの量が増えた。
Mitarashi and Shiro leapt away from the statue, and I could see that gas was indeed pouring out of its mouth much faster now.
貴様、状況が分かっているのか。行動の一つ一つに俺たち全員の命がかかっているんだぞ。
悪かったって。 でもよ、俺が思い切ってボタンを押したおかげでボタンに何かの法則があることが分かったじゃないか。
それはそうだが、しかし万が一のことを考えてもう少し話し合ってから。
Miyoshi quickly raised his hand. Do you notice something?
彼を見ていて一つ思い出したことがある。
What did you remember then?
武士道ファンタジー7ではヌエは中盤の山場のボスで、確か倒し方が特殊なんだ。
特殊というのは？
ヌエの弱点は弓矢。ただ弓矢で攻撃するためには一定の手順が必要。まず格闘家の必殺技を足にぶち込む。そしてヌエの足を止め、次に術師が尻尾の蛇を眠らせて
Seems good.
無効化の魔法を遮断する。最後にようやくカリウドが弓で攻撃してヌエを倒す。
Monk, Mage, Hunter. There's a panel for each one on here, right?
そうか、それで最初に格闘家のカードが点灯してたんだ。でたまたまみたらしさんが足のボタンを押して正解したから、今度は呪術師のカードが光ったんだ。
なるほど。そして次に誤って腹のボタンを押してしまったため、不正解でカードが赤くなったのですね。
おそらく。
それじゃあ次は？
Which button are we supposed to press next? The tail. The tail should be
そう
next.
尻尾だったな。情報ってのは正確さが命。その場その場の出来事を正しく覚えておくのも大事なことだ。お嬢ちゃん、なかなか見込みがあるぜ。
Okay, sounds like the tail is probably right.
それでは今度は私がボタンを押しましょう。
When Urabe pushed the button on the statue's tail, a small chime sounded.
あっていた呪術師のカードが消えた。
When the mage panel turned off, the hunter panel had lit up. It's on the hunter now. You were right, Miyoshi.
よかった。あとはヌエのボタンを押すだけだ。
I let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. Yeah, we've only got one button left, but which one? Miyoshi said the hunter attacked last, but he hadn't said where. Well, we've already attacked the leg and the tail, so that leaves us with 3 options. It didn't take long for the others to come to the same conclusion, of course.
よし、次で最後だな。が、最後のボタンはどれを押すべきなのか。おい、目押しコータ。ゲームで狩人が攻撃するのはどの部分だ？
Miyoshi shook his head slowly.
覚えてない。
He doesn't remember a boss strategy? Oh my god, no.
はあ？覚えてねえだと？
Wouldn't be too hard on him, who's going to remember every single detail of a big game like that.
当てずっぽうでボタンを押すしかないのかな。でもまた間違えたら今度こそこの部屋ガスでいっぱいになるんじゃない？
This is bad. If Yoshi couldn't remember though, there wasn't a whole lot we could do, and suddenly Shinabe spoke up.
弓の攻撃。弓？待て待てよ。
He was mumbling to himself and tapping his forehead with his fingers. Is this some sort of nervous habit? He was doing it before too.
平家物語によれば、ヌエは源頼政が先祖である源頼光から受け継いだ弓で対峙した。ゲームの元ネタはおそらくこれだ。
Has the plot started yet? We're already in a game.
とすると、その時に矢で貫いたのは源頼政ヌエ退治の図や神経36回戦の図版によれば確か首だ。
そうだ。確か首だったと思う。
なるほど。次は首のボタンを押すべきなんだな。
Wow, Shirabe sure knows a lot of stuff.
それでは私が首のボタンを押しましょう。
What? We're already in a puzzle. The exposition has been done. They're not in VR. As he spoke, Kurabe leaned over and pressed the button. One puzzle down, I thought, but... Uh-oh. What?
なんでだよ。狩人のカードが赤くなったんだけど。
The gas was also coming out of the New's mouth faster than before.
なぜだ要件は全て満たしているはずなのに。
None of us had the answer. It should have worked. Shiro is right, so what happened? Something's off. Couldn't shake the feeling that we'd missed some important part of the puzzle. I ran the announcement we'd heard earlier over and over in my head. What am I missing from that announcement? Oh boy. Explosive insight. So this is me! The explosive insight system helps you solve problems with the power of your mind. Pick the words and phrases that stand out by setting bombs on up to 3 of them. If one of your choices was the right one, then a flash of inspiration will bring you the solution to your conundrum. I think the announcement said, awaken to your destiny and slay the demon Nu. Fail to slay the Nu and die by its poison. Oh. I think so? Oh no. What are we going to do? I can't think of anything. Why can't I figure this out?
どうしよう。なんだか息が苦しくなってきた。
I'm already dead.
しくしょう。こんなところで。俺の勘も鈍ったな。ここで終わると。油断しておりました。あのゲームまだクリアしてないのに。
I'm sorry, Uncle Keiji. Oh man, I got a game over. Oh boy.
諦めるわけにはいかない。
Metal. You're dismissed. Awaken to your destiny. We still haven't figured out what awaken to your destiny is supposed to mean. Could that be the hint we need?
そうか。ゲームでの攻略方法に気を取られて、アナウンスのことが抜けてしまっていたな。
よく気づきましたね。
己が宿命に目覚めとは、自分の宿命に気がつくという意味だろう。ということはだ。
I think this is it. We're finally gonna beat this puzzle.
職業を示すか。あいつが怪しいな。己が宿命に目覚めと何か関連が。
あのさ、実は一つ思いついたことがあるんだけど。
なんだ、若さとは。
元のゲーム、武士道ファンタジー7ってさ、7人のパーティーになるって言ってたよね。
ああ。
だからカードも7枚あるんだよね。今ここにいるのもちょうど7人なんだけど、何か関係ないかな。
そうか。僕らも7人の選ばれし者で、勇者だってワルドブーのやつが言ってた。もしかしたらこのカードは僕たち一人一人を指しているのかもしれない。
なるほど。己が宿命に目覚め、つまりはそれぞれのパネルに対応した人物を見つけ出すということか。
So we just got lucky twice in a row. It has to be it. So if Mitarashi and Urabe pushed the buttons earlier, then they have to be the monk and the mage, right?
はは、なるほどな。しっかしよ、なんで俺が格闘家で、そいつが呪術師なんだよ。
イメージではないでしょうか。
あ？イメージだと？
実際の職業というより、まあ漠然とした我々の人物像との類似性で考えれば良いのだと思います。
He was right. Mitarashi certainly seemed like a martial monk, and Urabe clearly looked like someone who used magic. And who's the hunter?
あいつだろ。
俺？なぜ俺が狩人なんだ？
いやまあほら、刑事っつったらこれだ。
He grinned, making a gun with his hand and pretended to fire it. Oh, well, if that's the case...
それだな。
いや、ちょっと待て。冗談だって。
What? Before anyone could stop him, Shiro reached over and pressed the button on the neck. Everyone gasped. Huh. The flow of gas from the new's mouth suddenly stopped.
見て、象が動き出した。
It slid slowly to the side, revealing a staircase leading to a lower floor. As it did, a chime sounded, and the hunter panel turned green.
床に溜まっていたガスは排気口が吸い取ってくれているようだ。
He was right. I could see the thick fog quickly vanishing into vents on the walls. Looks like we've beaten the first part of this game, and let out a sigh of relief. It took only a few moments for all the gas to disappear. I felt the entire room relax. Everyone, that is, except for Shiro. He was busy frowning at the new. Something wrong?
おそらく今後も命に関わる謎が続くに違いないと思ってな。
はあ、こんなのがまだまだあるのか。
まだ第一ステージだぜ。こんなもん序の口だろ。
このテーマパークのアトラクションは全てこういった形で致死性のあるものにすり替えられているはずだ。
やれやれ。危険に巻き込まれても自己責任ってのはこれのことか。
It just means that if we want to get through this, we'll have to be like the adventurers in the game and work together. They all nodded. Just then, a short tune played over the room speakers, followed by an
真
announcement.
珠の間クリア。報酬アイテムを入手しました。
報酬アイテム？
Before we had time to ponder what it meant, the base of the statue popped open. I ran up to it and looked inside to find a chest that looked exactly like one you might find in a video game.
巻物が入ってる。
He pulled it out of the chest and showed us. This looks like a map of this attraction. See, here's the room we're in.
残りの謎はあと2箇所ということになりますね。
I turned to see him glancing down over my shoulder at the map. There were indeed 2 more rooms. The Corridor of Hate and the Room of the Supreme Ruler. Kokichi?
まだ2箇所か。ち今だいたい2時間経ったところだぜ。残りは5時間。とっとと先に進んだ方が良さそうだな。
Right.
ああ、もう生きた心地がしない。帰りたい。
Headed down the stairs toward the Corridor of Hate. And we reached the bottom of the stairs. We found ourselves in a long stone hallway. It was dark and gloomy, but there were torches mounted along the walls, casting enough light to see by.
なんか薄暗くて怖いな。
He was right. The darkness would have been bad enough, but there were also a bunch of what looked like demon heads on the walls. I moved a little closer to one of the heads and noticed a set of panels. These are just like the ones we saw a bit ago.
光っているカードはガラクシーですか？
The bard? Well, that's clearly the idol guy.
今度は何だってんだ。
Mitarashi pushed forward toward the panel. Huh? Something flew out of the left-hand wall by at an incredible speed. Mitarashi only barely managed to jump out of the way in time.
やだ。
Sure enough, there was now an arrow embedded in the opposite wall.
あっべんねえ。一瞬反応が遅れてたら串刺しになるところだったぜ。だな。しかもこの矢、普通に比べて相当太い。おそらくボウガンの矢だな。
まったく一人で死ぬのは勝手だが、できれば不用意な真似は遠慮してくれないか。
He frowned and grumbled at Shido under his breath, but I could see beads of sweat on his forehead. That must have been scary, even if he won't admit it. If nothing else, the arrow sticking out of the wall was now a powerful reminder that we needed to be careful.
もしかして壁にある妖怪の口全部にこの罠が仕掛けられてるんじゃ。
おそらくそうだろう。妖怪の顔の前を通ろうとすると矢が飛び出して串刺しになるっていう仕掛けだろうさ。
Shirabe's shoulders slumped in exhaustion as he finished, and Wakaza looked too shocked to speak.
怨念渦巻く回廊、緑に進むべからず。あやかしの歌に耳を傾けよ。闇を照らす光により、あやかしは浄化される。
Then the voice was quiet.
今頃緑に進むべからずなんて言いやがって。遅え。
It was true that if the announcement had come out earlier, he wouldn't have been in danger, and if he hadn't been in such a hurry in the first place.
今度はあやかしの歌に耳を傾けよと。闇を照らす光によりあやかしは浄化されるの意味するところを考えると。
Shirabe scratched at his beard and worked the candy around his mouth.
まずは一つずつ。あやかしの歌に耳を傾けよ。これからずーっとも
あやかしってのはこの壁にかかった気味の悪いこいつのことしかねえし。よし、何にしてもまずは情報を集めることからだ。それこそが真実にたどり着く第一歩だからな。
Shirabe edged toward the nearest head. Very, very carefully, he began to examine it. Do you see anything?
こいつの眉間に小さな光が灯ってる。おそらくこれがセンサーになってるんだろう。
本当だ。センサーみたいなものがある。
その証拠にこうして。
Huh? I jumped as he waved his hand in front of the demon's nose, but no arrow came out.
大丈夫だ。やはりセンサーに触れなければ矢は飛び出してこない仕掛けのようだ。
You scared me. He sighed and told everyone to step back. He waved his hand over the demon's face again, this time in front of the sensor. Just like before, an arrow shot out of the demon's mouth with blinding speed.
こういう仕掛けになってるわけだ。
Is your hand alright?
お嬢ちゃん。さすがに寸出のところで避けたさ。
しかし妖怪の顔は左右に無数にある上にどれもバラバラの位置についている。
そのようですね。
We all sighed. There's no way we can just run past them or something. That means there's gotta be a way we can disable the arrows. I was still mulling it over in my head when Wakaza suddenly spoke.
さっきのって。
What is it?
いや、多分なんでもないと思う。
Now they're being dumb. Mitarashi rolled his eyes.
間違っても誰も責めはしねえよ。男なら一度口に仕掛けた言葉を引っ込めるんじゃねえ。
He started to move toward Wakaza. I do want to know what he noticed. What should I do? Aren't these the same thing? Mitarashi is being way too pushy, but we do need all the information we can get. You need to tell us what you noticed. It might be the hint we need to figure out all this out.
それはどうだかわかんないけど、確かに君の言うことには一理あるかもね。
たく、出し惜しみすんなっての。
かすかに聞こえた気がしたんだ。妖怪の口の中からキリキリって音。
Is that gotten him to talk? Stretching. Wakaza was still mumbling and thinking to himself when Shido suddenly raised his head.
あやかしの歌に。
なるほど。その音があやかしの歌だってわけだ。
Can you still hear it? He shook his head and frowned.
つまりは矢が飛び出した後、少しの間だけ音がしたってこと。
かもしれないけど、聞き間違いだったかも。みんなは聞こえなかったんでしょ。
とはいえ、このままここで黙っているわけにもいきませんし、もう一度試してみませんか。
よし、それじゃあもう一度だ。おい若さ、音がしたら手を挙げて、止んだら手を下ろせ。
わかった。けど僕でいいわけ？
その音を聞き分けることができるのはお前だけかもしれないからな。
わかったよ。
Good. I'll trigger the sensor.
お前は大丈夫かよ。
Just watch Shirabe do it. As long as I'm careful, I'll be fine. I stepped up to the demon's face, glanced nervously around, and then waved my hand over the sensor. just like before an arrow shot out and embedded itself in the wall. His hand shot up, then before I could even react, Shido stepped in front of me and waved his hand in front of the sensor. What had he done that for? I was still wondering when Wakaza lowered his hand. What was that?
音がしている間にもう一度手をかざしても矢は飛び出してこなかっただろう。
Oh yeah, you're right.
なるほど。あなたの行動の意図が分かりました。
若さが気づいた音ってのはつまり次の矢の装填音だったってわけだね。
ああ、時間にして約5秒ほどだ。
So for about 5 seconds right after an arrow is fired, the trap can't fire because it's reloading. Finally we'd figured out one part of the announcement. Give ear to the song of the demons. I couldn't hear anything though. You must have really good ears.
さて、ひとまずこの妖怪の顔のからくりは理解した。
次は雅楽師に同じことをもう一度やってもらうべきだろうな。
なるほど。
You're right, the bard panel was lit up. But who's the bard?
若さとは君だろう。
え、僕？
俺もお前だと思うぞ、若さ。雅楽師ってのは日本古来の音楽や舞を踊る職業のことだ。歌や踊りって意味じゃアイドルに通じるものがある。それにただ一人あやかしの歌に耳を傾けられたお前さんにぴったりだろう。
わかったよ。さっきと同じようにすればいいんだよね。
He glanced at me and swallowed. For a moment I was worried he was going to say he was too scared to do it. Maybe now that I've done it, he's too embarrassed to say he was too scared to do something a girl could. Wakaza said nothing, just turned back around and slowly approached the demon head. He waved his hand in front of the sensor. Oh look, the bard panel turned off.
どうやら雅楽師は若ささんで間違いなかったようですね。そして今度は忍者のカードが
The ninja. I guess it's the guy with the straitjacket?
忍者ね。ひとまずセンサーに手をかざしてから5秒の間は安全だと分かったが、
たった5秒の間に左右のランダムな位置にあるセンサーに的確に手をかざし、しかも立ち止まらずに進むのは至難の技だ。
One slip up and they'd be toast. Everyone was silent, then finally Shirabe spoke.
ひとまずあのカードの忍者ってのが誰に当たるのかだが、残ってるのは俺とゲーマーの兄ちゃんとお嬢ちゃんの3人か。まあ普通に考えれば兄ちゃんだろうな。
Miyoshi's mouth tightened slightly, but he began to walk toward the demon heads. Miyoshi?
要はリズムゲーさ。判断力と反射神経には少し自信がある。
What? Oh, hold on a second. Let's not rush into anything.
そうですよ。さっきの毒ガスの時とは違って、これは失敗ができない。
Miyoshi stopped, his brows knit. What are we going to do now?
闇を照らす光によりあやかしは浄化される。これの意味がまだ解明されていない。
闇を照らす光。これはそこの灯籠のことか。
全然見当もつかねえな。
We all shook our heads in silence. What should we do? I'm going to let him try. I think we're going to have to trust Miyoshi. I didn't like it, but there was nothing else we could do. We were out of options.
わかった。
He looked me in the eye and nodded, then turned and headed down the hallway.
もう見てられないよ。
Wakaza covered his face with his hands and turned away. Everyone else watched Miyoshi go, but none of us felt good about it. He took a deep breath, moved into a crouch, and leapt forward. He is a ninja. Wow! He quickly established a rhythm, touching a sensor, waiting a split second for the arrow to fire, and then moving past to the next one.
無駄な動きが一切ない。
本物の忍者みたい。
Even Wakaza had lowered his hands to watch in amazement. In a few moments he disappeared into the darkness, and all we could hear was the thwack of arrows firing. Oh! Familiar chime echoed down the dark corridor.
どうやら成功したようだな。
And suddenly the hallway exploded with light. Whoa, that's bright! I threw up an arm to shield my eyes from the sudden light. As my eyes adjusted, I looked up. I hadn't noticed them before, but there were fluorescent lights all along the hallway ceiling. And down at the end, I could see Miyoshi giving us the thumbs up. Good job, that was amazing! I grinned and returned the thumbs up. He really is a ninja. There's no way I could move like that. He sure hadn't looked very athletic, but the way he'd moved.
どうやらもうさっさは作動しないようですね。
As he spoke, he waved one of his hands in front of the demonic face. Nothing happened.
安心していい。センサーのスイッチはこっちで切った。
He gestured toward the spot on the wall. It looked like the switch had turned on the lights when it turned off the demons.
これが闇を照らす光によりあやかしは浄化されるってことか。やれやれ。
He wiped sweat from his brow as he spoke and gave a wavering sort of grin. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and headed down the hall toward Miyoshi.
なんだよ。お前やるじゃん。
叩くなよ。
Mitarashi ignored him and gave Miyoshi another hearty slap on the back.
助かったぜ。
ああ、君のおかげだ。感謝する。
助かりました。
ありがとう。
Yeah, really. You were amazing.
こんな状況だし。
He looked down at the floor as we spoke, his cheeks turning a bright shade of red. It looked like Miyoshi didn't take compliments very well.
残る謎はあと一つか。
まだあるのか。もう生きた心地がしないよ。
Yeah, there's still another puzzle, but we got this far, didn't we? That's 2 puzzles. What's one more?
君、本当に完璧な性格でいいよね。
I get that a lot. Wakaza gave me a look, but before he could speak... Oh, that's the same sound we heard when we cleared the room of the Guardian. The fanfare was quickly followed by an announcement.
回路をクリア。
There was a loud clink from the end of the corridor, like a lock opening. I let out a sigh of relief. Only one more puzzle, and then today's attraction is over. The corridor of hate led to a long staircase that took us up and up.
地図によると、この上り階段の先に最後の部屋がある。時間はここまでで約3時間か。
残りは4時間。まあ、悪くないペースだな。
We've really only been here for 3 hours? It had seemed so much longer, maybe because I hadn't been able to see that sun. Feels like we've been in here all day. I'm tired, and now I'm starting to feel hungry. Then almost as if he heard me, Miyoshi suddenly sat down on the stairs. Are you alright?
平気だ。 少し休めば。
He's obviously tired out. That stunt earlier must have taken more out of him than he let on. Mitarashi stopped and came back down the stairs toward us. He frowned and took a hold of Miyoshi.
タグ、世話焼かせんなよな。ほら、肩貸すから行くぞ。
え？
さっさとしろよ。まったく。普段は家の中でゲームばっかやってんだろ。男ならもちっと体を鍛えとけって。
Well, he did save you. With a grunt, Mitarashi hauled Miyoshi to his feet and propped him up on his shoulder.
お前ちゃんと食ってんのか？遅すぎんだろ。
ほっといてくれよ。
I watched him head off up the stairs. I guess Mitarashi's actually a pretty good guy. I thought he was kinda scary at first, but whoops, better get moving. I'd been so busy thinking I'd fallen to the back of the line. Who knows what the next puzzle is going to be? I need to get up these stairs quick. Still, they were a pretty rough climb. When we started, I'd been hopping up them at a good clip, but now it seemed like they went on forever.
サキさん、大丈夫ですか？
Yeah.
ずっと命がかかっている極限の状況です。緊張による疲れが相当溜まっているのではないですか？
He smiled gently and held out his hand. Sure, I can take it. After a moment or two of thought, I took Urabe's hand. I was tired, and I didn't want to get in anyone's way. Thanks, sorry.
いえ、遠慮しないでください。辛かったら私に寄りかかっても構いませんし。
I don't think it will come to that. I'm fine.
ゆっくり登りましょう。時間は十分残っていますから焦ることはありませんよ。
Urabe smiled again and gave me a conspiratorial wink. He's really nice. At long last, we reached the top of the stairs. In front of us stood a set of double doors. Everyone else was already there, taking a moment to catch their breath.
やれやれ。
疲れた。こんなに長い階段登ったのロケでどこか山の上のお寺に行って以来。
糖分を補給するとするか。
Are you alright, Miyoshi?
みたらしさんのおかげでなんとか。
Good.
こんくらいでへばるなんてお前ら鍛え方が足りねえだろ。
Everyone else was panting and tired, but Mitarashi seemed as energized and relaxed as he had an hour ago. Shido looked as if he was about to say something, but before he could... Augustine? You are unlikely to forget that voice anytime soon. His attempt at manipulation was clear, to everyone except Mitarashi apparently.
おい、あいつの挑発に乗るな。相手にするだけ無駄だ。
んなこと分かった。
He shook Shido off and spat angrily.
やっこさん、俺たちの行動や発言を常に監視してやがるのか。
Howdy, what is this game? It's a Danganronpa like. How's it going, Nix? Shirabe appeared to be thinking the same thing I was. There are probably surveillance cameras all over the place. He shoved another snack into his mouth and started scratching his beard. I'm good. So this is about Keiji Inafune's niece. I don't know if you know who he is. It's the creator of Mega Man. So Keiji Inafune built an amusement park, but got hijacked by a pig, a Monokuma-like pig, and now there's 7 days where 7 people need to do puzzles. On each day there's a puzzle in each attraction, otherwise everything blows up and the hostages die. They're hostages. Are there big titties? Is it even a visual novel if it has no big titties? Well, since I am the only girl, because it's an otome game, and I seem to be pretty flat, so no. Sounds amazing, to be honest. Gonna watch a while, then I might leave, because spoilers. Okay. No worries. Davia. My main character is a believer of flat is justice. And with that, he was gone.
豚野郎。今のはなんだ？嫌味か？
俺たちの動揺を誘っているんだろう。お前のようにイライラするのを狙っているんだ。
But yeah, we're trying to save the hostages. Everyone else is like a prisoner, but the main character volunteered to save her uncle. But they're also like, they also have weird things they're good at, I guess, or they do. So, Shiro is a detective, Wakaza is a teen idol, Miyoshi is a NEET. He's a gamer. Shirabe is a journalist. This is for PSP and Vita only. It might be. Urabe is a fortune teller, of course. And Mitarashi is the ultimate escort. A gamer who grows, yes. He's a NEET.
狙われなくたってこんなところにぶち込まれてずっとイライラしてるってんだよ。
Detective and teen idol gamer and fortune teller rings a bell. True.
だよね。
ともかくやっこさんの言葉で焦る必要はないさ。もうちっと休んでから先に進もうぜ。目押しもまだ辛そうだ。
Right.
すまない。
ちゃんふざけやがって。あの豚全部済んだらただじゃおかねえぞ。
There is no ultimate escort in Danganronpa though. We agreed to rest a little longer before heading to the last puzzle. Is he really just doing this for entertainment? He's taken the park staff hostage and chosen 7 heroes to solve these puzzles. He's playing Nagito? He's just lucky. Does feel like a game, although it's a pretty messed up one, but I feel like there's more to it. After a few minutes, we gathered ourselves and moved to the door, ready to take on the next puzzle. If anyone were the lucky ones, if anyone was an escort, it would be Kirumi. Mitarashi grabbed the doorknob and looked back at the rest of us. We all nodded back. Our short rest seemed to have restored some sort of calm. Even Wakaza looked determined. Alright, time to go to work. It's an alien. Beyond the door was a glamorous Japanese-style room covered in Western ornamentation. The walls were all sliding doors, but a massive chandelier hung from the ceiling. Ew, Kirumi. I mean, she will do what she's hired to do. Looked like a house built during the late 1800s or early 1900s. In the center of the room was another strange statue. And just like before, next to it was a device with 7 panels. The head is really big. Shirabe tapped his forehead and nodded.
ありゃ、ぬらりひょんだ
What's a Nurarihyun?
な。ぬらりくらりとつかみどころのない妖怪ってことらしい。にしても、普通のやつとは少し、いや、だいぶ違うな。
Fucking rude. A monster that goes into people's houses and drinks their tea? Fucking rude. Monsters in Japan, guys, let me tell you.
西洋式の甲冑に手には剣か。
これは武士道ファンタジー7に出てくるラスボスなんだ。
This is the final boss? Ah, well, that makes sense, I guess. Moving carefully and checking everywhere for hidden traps, we slowly approach the statue.
美しい。
Oh man.
はあ？何言っちゃってんのお前。こいつが美しいだ？
惚れ惚れするような造形じゃないか。この滑らかなフォルム。
He didn't go so far as to touch it, but I got the impression that if he thought it was safe, he would have. Miyoshi is kinda funny. I was watching him gaze appreciatively at the statue when I heard a familiar voice.
この祈りにて聖なる印を手に入れ、あやかしの王を打ち倒せ。勝利の光が道を指し示す。
It was confusing.
今度は巫女か。
Well, that's gotta be me. The lit panel was a picture of a woman.
とりあえず、まずは慎重に部屋を調べよう。情報を仕入れてから言葉の意味を考えるんだ。おい、稲船咲。
Yes?
また分かれて調査をしよう。組み分けをしてほしい。
Me? Why?
お前はなんだかんだで勘がいいところがあるようだからな。みんなもそれでいいな。
Because you're the main character.
どうでもいいから、さっさとしろよ。
You decide because you're the main character. How should we split up this time? Examine the statue with Shiro and Urabe. Examine the floor with Shirabe and Miyoshi. Sliding doors with Mitarashi. Someone's not examining something. What should I examine? The saving feature. Alright, I'm going to go with Mitarashi because he's by himself.
さてと、俺たちはこの襖を調べるってわけだ。なんか気味の悪い絵が描いてあるな。おいお前ら、この絵が何なのかわかるか？
Well, I'm pretty sure they're demons.
これ百鬼夜行ってやつだと思う。
Do you know a lot about
そう
demons?
いうわけじゃないけど、 僕が出た映画の中に妖怪が出てくるやつがあって、それでちょっとだけ知ってる。
Huge, absolutely massive statue in the middle of the room. Hey, look at the door. Hey. We need to learn. We need to get the holy seals. That's gotta be something that's not the statue.
妖怪ハルマゲドンって知らない？
No, I didn't. Sorry, no.
なんか君と喋ってると落ち込んでくる。
Yokai Armageddon.
一応女子高生に大人気のアイドルグループだってのにな。
茶化さないでよね。それよりこの襖、遠目から見ててっきり本物だと思ってたんだけど、よく見たらただの絵なんだね。
They're just painted on. Oh.
そうだろうな。これが本物だったら俺たちに簡単に逃げられちまうだろう。
Well, one of them might be real. Hold on a second. I pointed to a section of wall. That one looks like a real door.
マジでか？ 確かにそうだな。これ本物だぜ。
それ違うぞ！
あれ？ちょっと待って。ほら、反対側の方にも一面だけ本物の引き戸がある。
お
As it turned out, there was a door on each wall. The number has gone up quite a bit since last time I checked. I haven't been playing much Weave stuff, to be honest. Man, I miss Danganronpa. I haven't said that in a long time. To be honest, it is Nyx's fault that I'm playing this game. As if the playing of Weave stuff is the only time you're a Weave. True, but it helps. As it turned out, there was a door in each wall. The entrance wasn't going to be much help, of course, so that left us with 3 possible doors.
つうことはな。この中の1枚が正しい出口ってことなんだろうが。
David's more Weeb when he isn't playing Weeb games. It's a paradox of Weebness. That's not true. I don't think we're gonna find anything else. Let's go see what the other groups found. They're not going to try the doors? Mitarashi and Wakaza agreed. It only took a few minutes to go over everything we'd learned. Doors are stupid? Shido reported finding a diamond-shaped hole going all the way through the statue, from its stomach to its back. What? Also, the statue and its base were apparently made of different materials. Shirabe had found a mark on the floor that looked like 3 leaves of wild ginger. They suspected this was the Holy Seal. On top of that, the ginger crest appeared to be some sort of button, although they hadn't tried to press it.
さて、とりあえずの情報は出揃ったが、次はアナウンスの言葉を情報と照らし合わせていくか。
How many times David yelled out something in Japanese today? Who knows, really?
巫女の祈りにて聖なる印を手に入れ、あやかしの王を打ち倒せ。勝利の光が道を指し示す。まず巫女の祈りにて聖なる印を手に入れとは、巫女が葵の御門のスイッチを押すということだ。
How many times did he make a fox voice? Today? No times. Shido reached over and put his hand on my arm. What's a fox voice? It's the voice a fox has. Are you familiar with Ghost of Tsushima, Nyx? What? Why me?
そりゃそうだろ。 こん中でミコってったらお前しかいねえ。何せ女は一人だけなんだしな。
You are not? Well, Ghost of Tsushima is a samurai game, open world, where you go around in an open world doing open world game stuff. And the game has foxes that you can follow that lead you to fox shrines. They're really cute. So I make a cute voice to talk to them, like you would do to talk to an animal. Go on. Sorry, I need you to stop. I don't know. I think chat is going. I think I'm getting banned. I primitively took out my headphones.
それにカードで示されていないのは君と調べさんの2人だけだよね。調べさんが巫女なわけないし。
Please, unable to ban the broadcaster. Yes, I guess that makes sense. Alright, I'll give it a shot. So every time I came across a fox, I was like, "Hello, Mr. Fox, how are you doing? Please show me to your shrine, Mr. Fox. You're so cute." Selling bleach free .99. What is happening? Just giving a little bit of channel lore. That's something. I can't say chat loved it. We should pay someone to clip all of them together. Feel free. They're all available. By we, I mean Throw should do it. I took a deep breath and pushed the button. Everyone swallowed. I mean, Cyan is the new millionaire with a Doge coin. A glorious be right back. Oh no. Nothing's happening. I've been expecting, well, something. This was odd.
もう少しきちんとしてみたらどうでしょう。
Right. Pushed again as hard as I could. I don't think it's even moving.
なんだと？壊れてるんじゃないのか？
He gestured for me to move aside and pressed down on the seal with his foot. Oh. A pleasant chime sounded, and the priestess panel disappeared to be replaced by the warrior. So he's the priestess. Oh boy.
どういうことだこりゃ？普通に押せたぞ。
I guess he must be the priestess.
はあ？ちょっと待て。俺がミコ？どっちかって言えば武士だろう。
He looked hurt and a little flustered, but...
マジかよ。このおっさんがミコ。
いやはや、人は見かけによらぬものとはこのことやもしれませんね。
Don't laugh at him.
でも 意外だしおかしい。
くそ、みんなしてバカにしやがって。っていうか、どうしてお嬢ちゃんが武士なんだ？おかしいだろ。
It's a little strange, but at least it looks like we got it to work. Shido had remained silent until now, but he suddenly spoke up.
そもそも稲船咲はこの7つのカードには含まれていないのかもしれないな。
What? Why?
お前はこのゲームに自ら立候補して参加した。いわばイレギュラーな存在だ。つまりお前に割り当てられた武士は当初予定されていた人間の人物像だと考えられる。
なるほど。だとすれば納得できますね。
ああ、
いやいや、待て待て待て。ってことは何か？どのみ…
落ち着け。単なる推測に過ぎない。だが普通に考えればゲームの設定に俺たち全員がぴったり当てはまる方が違和感がある。
くそ、ワルドブーのやつ、適当な仕事しやがって。本来参加するはずだったやつの頭にはちょんまげでもついてんのか？
The humor of the situation was beginning to ebb.
ま、ひとまず何でもいいじゃん。うまくいったんだしよ。
だね。次は何をすればいいんだろう。
あ、ここ見てよ。床板が開いてる。
We all ran over to see what Wakaza was talking about. Sure enough, there was now a large hole in the floor.
中に何かあるぞ。
どれどれ。
Mitarashi, either unafraid or unaware of the possible danger, stuck his hand into the hole and pulled out a toothpick? A
み
katana.
たいだな。初めて持ったが、こいつは結構重いもんだな。
Look on the guard. Do you think this
三
is...
つ葉葵。葵の御紋だな。なるほど。もしかしたらこれが聖なる印ってやつか？
そうかもしれない。これは神道村正。ゲーム内では唯一村リヒョンを切ることができる徳川家の家宝だ。
See katanas from under wooden floorboards? Hmm?
はあ、なんだかかっこいいじゃないか。聖なる印か。
Mitarashi drew the sword from its scabbard with a flourish and swung it around a few times, grinning and posing.
アイテムを入手しました。
The voice echoed across the room. I guess we got it right.
ああ、次はあやかしの王を打ち倒せだな。
そいつは簡単だぜ。
Mitarashi swaggered over to the statue and with one dramatic motion shoved the sword through it. But it has to be me.
ほらな。ひし形の穴にぴったりはまるぜ。
なるほど。象の腹から背中に抜けた穴は日本刀を差し込むためのものだったのか。
あやかしの王を打ち倒せ。なるほど。
Mitarashi gave the sword a final shove. The statue made a small click, followed by an electronic whirring noise.
お、仕掛けが動いたか。
What do you think that noise is?
きっとあれです。
ライトが動いてる。
He watched as it slowly turned to point at the top of the sword. It's reflecting off the katana and pointing to the door on the right-hand wall.
勝利の光が道を指し示す。これで謎はすべて解けたな。
Yeah. He gave him a vigorous nod.
よし。それじゃあ、稲船咲。今度こそお前が扉を開くんだ。
武士ね。
Here goes. Well, it would make more sense that I had to use the sword. Now that the puzzle was solved, all I had to do was open the door and we would be finished with the attraction. I could feel everyone's eyes on me. Or not. I grabbed hold of the door and threw it open. On the other side was a wall with the head of a demon mounted on it. What? I stepped forward to get a closer look. A harsh buzzer sounded. As he shouted, I heard an arrow fire from the demon. Ah! Suddenly I was frozen in place by surprise and terror. I squeezed my eyes shut. Something slammed into my body. The arrow, I thought. No, wait, this is another body. I opened my eyes and looked up. He took an arrow from me. Husbando. What? His face was twisted in pain, and it only took a moment to see why. The bolt that had been meant for me was buried in his shoulder. Mitarashi saved me. I realized my mouth was hanging open and quickly shut it, but I felt awful. I have to say something if I just jumped out of the way. Are you okay? Are you okay? I think I'm okay. He grinned.
とにかく止血しないと。
大した傷じゃねえよ。騒ぎすぎだぜ。結構な出血量だぞ。侮るな。少し痛むが我慢しろよ。
He watched for a few tense minutes while Shirabe applied some rudimentary first aid. Here, take this. I handed him my handkerchief, which he skillfully tied around Mitarashi's arm.
そう最後の最後で気を抜いた俺のミスだ
Shido grimaced and slammed his fist into a nearby wall.
誰のミスとかそういうんじゃねえよ。正義の味方気取ってカッコつけてんじゃねえ。
I feel disappointed that no one died.
別にそういうわけじゃないがせめて用心して扉からみんなを離しておくべきだった
ひとまず簡単な処置はしておいたが急いできちんと治療した方がいい
Chunky boy protect. Exactly. He is the ultimate escort. Mitarashi nodded in thanks. Then we need to get out of here as fast as we can.
どうしてさっきのが間違いだったんだろう。
Yeah, that's the first thing we need to figure out. I tried to fight down the growing feeling of panic and go over what we knew, but I couldn't hold my thoughts together. Well, my only idea is that I wasn't the one who put the statue in. So... who put the sword in the statue. So that pointed to a wrong door. I was so sure that was the answer.
私も同感です。
手順を間違えているのか。あるいはまだ何か見落としがあるのか。
Shirabe continued to mumble to himself and scratch his beard, as the rest of us thought.
でも引き戸はあと2つだよね。一か八かでどっちか開けてみるとか。まあどっちも外れかもしれないけどなんて。
I could tell he was trying to lighten the mood, but his words had the opposite effect. The minutes ticked by. Every so often I could see Mitarashi grimace in pain and shift uncomfortably. It must hurt more than he's telling us. We need to do something, fast.
もう一度初めから順を追ってみよう
I nodded and started running over what we knew in my head. Shirabai pushed the switch, and then we found the katana with a wild ginger seal on it. That was the line. Take in hand the holy seal, and with the prayer of the priestess. Next, we stuck the sword into the statue, and it made a sort of clicking noise, which was the defeat the Demon King part. Finally, the light moved to the end of the sword and reflected off it to point to this door, which was the light of victory will illuminate your path.
くそ、一体どこが間違っているって言うんだ。
It seems like we did everything we were supposed to, but something feels wrong. I racked my brain for what that might be. When we examined the room, did we miss something important? Oh my god. Explosive insight! I think we got the announcement read all figured out this time, so I'll look at the stuff that we found around the room. It turned out that the Nurarion had the diamond-shaped hole that went all the way through the statue from its stomach to its back. All-out monologue. Yes. We also realized that the statue and its base were made of different materials. Is that important? On the floor we found a mark that looked like a stylized three-leafed wild ginger plant. The mark appeared to be a button, too. When we examined the doors along the walls of the room, it turned out that most of them were fake and just painted on. But not all of them. Some were real. 3. Damn, it's so many options. So what are we missing? Oh, okay. I thought what we were missing was who put the sword in the hole. Hi, Hikimasu. Holy shit, I figured it out! I forgot about how the statue and its base are each made of different stuff. So couldn't there be something hidden there? I looked up to see 6 stunned faces staring at me.
確かにそうだな。そいつをすっかり見落としてたぜ。
くそ、自分で気づいていながら。
そうとなれば、材質の違いが一体何を示すのかを考えてみましょう。
Dogecoin is nearly 6 cents now. Holy shit. It's going to happen. Cyan is going to become a millionaire. We huddled around the statue and began to study it with renewed interest. Did he actually buy? I thought he was being serious. Do you own any Dogecoin, Throw? I have to figure this out quickly. Out the corner of my eye, I could see Mitarashi still trying and failing to hide how much his wound hurt. I began to circle around the statue. What is this thing made of anyway? Without really thinking, I reached out to touch it, only to have my arm suddenly grabbed and pulled away. Whoa! I do not currently have the Dogecoin, okay.
むやみに触るんじゃない。女のくせに危険に首を突っ込むな。
What? You're a woman, you shouldn't be touching that thing? I am offended. I can touch whatever I want. He grabbed me, and now I was getting yelled at? I mean, sure, I probably shouldn't have touched it without warning everyone, but what does being a woman have to do with that? It sounded sexist to me! What is he thinking? This probably isn't the time to start a fight, but he's being an idiot. You guys mock the Doge, but one day I'll be able to afford my Lamborghini Miura with my Doges. Do you have Dogecoin as well? Dude, if I was a courageous guy, I'd buy in with the Dogecoin too. That is full meme potential. So it's the most likely to succeed. I'm going to restrain myself. No, if we're going to get through this, we all need to keep our emotions under control. Starting a fight won't help anything. Memes equals money. Exactly. We all learned that from Elon Musk. I decided to just ignore what Shido had said when...
おい、さっきのは言い過ぎじゃねえの？確かに不用意だったかもしれねえけどよ。それと男か女かは関係ねえだろ。
For witnesses of that very fact? Sure.
確かにすまなかった。さっきの失態が悔やまれて、つい
That's it?
心ないことを言ってしまった。
I thought there was some logic to this. He was actually just being sexist? I should have been more careful too. No, I shouldn't. I wasn't happy about it, but we had too much to do. We just have to put it aside and move on. Damn, and it was my favorite. Shido hung his head and rubbed a hand over his eyes.
その、本当にすまない。民間人を守るべき刑事という立場でありながら、みんなを危険から守れなかった。そんな自分にイライラしていたのかもしれない。お前に当たるのは筋違いだった。
I thought there would be some legend like this yokai. If a woman touches this yokai, she'll never give birth again. He steals tea though. It's a yokai that goes in your house to steal tea, so probably not. It's okay, really. He bowed his head.
お前は真面目すぎんだよ。だいたいこんなの怪我のうちに入らねえっつってんだろ。ま、お前のことは正直いけすかねえが、これでも頼りにしてるんだぜ。お前らもそうだろ。
Yeah, you don't need to be so hard on yourself.
ま、そういうわけだ。警部殿。
Defective? Shido pursed his lips.
警部補だ。
どっちも同じようなもんだろうが、細かいこと気にすんなって。
I guess he's more Shuichi than Kyoko.
まったく。お前にはかなわんな。
Shido sighed and gave us a small smile.
さあ、仕切り直しだぜ。改めて像を調べよう。
We nodded and turned back to puzzling over the statue again.
ねえ、もしかしてこれ回るんじゃない？
He pointed down toward where the statue met the base.
像に触れるのは俺に任せてくれ。
Carefully, Shido stepped forward and put his hand on the statue. When nothing happened, he slowly started to push. It moved. Not very far, but it had moved. It appeared that the katana could be used as a sort of handle to rotate the statue.
よし、ここから先は稲船先。お前に頼む。
確かに今度こそ武士のあなたがやるべきでしょうね。
危険がないとも限らんからな。とりあえず少しずつ回してみるといい。
Right, nodded. I moved the statue slowly, bit by bit, and before long... Ah! The head suddenly shot off and flew across the room, slamming into a wall and dropping to the floor.
びっくりした。心臓が止まるかと思ったよ。
His eyes were so wide I could see the whites, and his breathing was fast and shallow. Shallow.
カードが緑色に変わってる。
武士がヌラリヒョンを倒したんですね。
なるほど。手順が間違っていたんじゃなく、足りなかったのか。
Shirabe groaned and shook his head.
つうことは、次はこの日本刀の切っ先に反射してる光の差す方の引き戸を開ければ。
左側の引き戸を指している。よし、今度は俺が行こう。
He strode off toward the door, and once he'd made sure we were out of the way, he pulled it open. That's it!
正解。
He let out a sigh of relief, and I followed suit.
覇王の間クリア。
I never thought I'd be happy to hear that voice, but for once I was.
見て、通路の奥に外の景色が見えるよ。
This must be the exit. We began to cheer. At last we'd finally finished the first day's game. Our faces were drawn and tired, but every one of them was split with a relieved grin.
ステージ1を完全クリア。報酬アイテムを入手しました。
One of the floorboards in the passageway popped open. Inside was a treasure chest like the one we'd found in the first room.
どれどれ。なんだこりゃ。紙切れが一枚ぽっちか。
A piece of paper. He pulled it out and frowned at it.
さ、太陽って意味か。
お前さんの怪我も気になる。そいつの意味を調べるのは後回しだな。とりあえず、俺が預かっておく。
Right, we need to get you treated. Let's go. I broke into a run, and I heard everyone else doing the same behind me. It wasn't easy, but we did it. We beat Samurai Fantasy VII. I beat it too. When we finally got outside, it was 7 p.m. and totally dark. The last room had taken us 3 hours. I felt a chill go up my spine. If we'd taken just a little longer to finish... Ew. I glared at the screen with the pig's ugly face on it. I felt everyone tense. We knew exactly what he meant. We had a bunch of close calls already, and we've got 6 more days of this. My chest tightened. We could only go on so long. Sooner or later we would slip up and someone would... I can't let that happen. Shiro's voice broke the silence.
一つ提案がある。このゲームとやらを7日間すべてクリアできたら、俺たちに一つ報酬をもらえないか。
確かに。これがゲームだって言うなら、クリアしたのに報酬もクリアボーナスもないなんてのはありえない。
Shiro nodded in agreement. They're right, it's not fair to have to go through all this for nothing. As for my reward, I'm just hoping to save my uncle.
Butaの割には太っ腹じゃねえか。
Shiro's face didn't even twitch.
お前の目的は全くわからないが、これだけは約束してもらう。人質を全員無事に返してもらおう。
None of us had expected that, least of all Augustine, who began to shake with rage. Wasn't this the objective all along? Gentle maiden. What? Cocky? Monkey?
チンクショってもしかして僕？
はあ、筋肉だるまだと？
天使ってまさか私のことでしょうか。
なんだと俺がハゲるバカを言え。それにこれはクセっ気だ。
Yeah. What the heck is going on here? Where did all these insults come from? I understood that he was angry, but this was going too far. What's his deal telling us off when he's the one who did all this to us in the first place? Get man? What's wrong with you? An apology's not gonna cut it.
すごい剣幕。
お嬢ちゃんやるな。
Then, why did you get so mad? The screen blinked out.
ホテルが到着する？
って言ってたな。どういうことだ？
なんでもいいぜ。とにかくようやくの自由時間だ。楽しもうぜ。
Why doesn't SWAT storm this place, though? Without waiting for a response, he took off toward one of the park directories.
彼はきっとこういった遊園地が大好きなんでしょうね。
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That's probably why he knew so much about this one.
な、本人は隠しているつもりだから、そっとしといてやろうじゃないか。
True. If that was the case, though, he wasn't hiding it very well. Still, no harm in leaving it unsaid. When we got up to meet Arashi, he seemed shocked when I reminded him that none of the attractions were working. Apparently, he hadn't been listening to Augustine that closely.
お昼ご飯も食べてないし、すっごくお腹減った。
I hadn't realized it until he said it, but I was hungry too. Starving, in fact.
いいですね。私もいささかお腹が減ってまいりました。
腹が減っては戦はできないという。俺も同行させてもらうとしよ
な、 確かにそうだな。俺はひとまず事務所に向かうわ。
He didn't seem to want to say it, but I had a feeling Mitarashi wanted to try and find something to treat his wound with.
僕はちょっとゲーセンを見てくる。
If the attractions aren't working, wouldn't that mean all the games are offline too?
一応確認しておこうと思って。
俺はランドの情報を集めるために中を探索してくる。
Alright, I'll go with Mitarashi to the office then. He'd gotten hurt because of me, it felt wrong to just leave him.
あ？なんでお前がついてくんの？
Didn't sound like he was very fond of the idea.
俺に気を使ってんならむしろ一人にしてくれよ。
Well, I was just gonna say that I was going to go with him because of that. The brush off didn't get much clearer than that. What should I do? If I try and convince him to let me come, that'll be awkward. Who do I want to go with? I guess I'm going to eat. Can't fight on an empty stomach, right? After some consideration, I decided to go to the restaurant. Mitarashi said he'd come find us later anyway. I felt bad that he'd gotten hurt because of me, but I didn't want to make it worse by butting into his business.
しかし、一つ疑問があるんだが。
What's that?
さっき、ワルドブーのやつはアトラクションは止まっていると言っていたが、レストランは営業しているんだろうか。
確かに、それは私も気になりました。
Well, he did say that we could go find a restaurant.
とにかく行ってみないとわからないし、仮に営業してなくても食べ物くらいはあるでしょ。
まあ、確かにそうだな。厨房を拝借して、俺が料理の腕を振るうというのも悪くはないだろう。
Shiro, can you cook? I confess I was a little surprised.
できない。だが、なんとなく勘でできそうな気がする。
絶対にやめてよね。指導さんは料理禁止で。
Instinct? What the heck was he planning to cook on instinct? The thought of Shiro frowning in furious concentration over a stove made me want to burst out in laughter. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see him try, since the restaurant turned out to be operating as usual, although all the employees are piglets. It was oddly unsettling to watch the flock of people in black unitards and weird masks wait tables, cook food, and run the register. We have to pay?
確かに言いようではあるが、まあ、おそらくは問題ないだろう。
Perhaps to reassure us, Shiro headed deeper into the restaurant.
おやおや、行ってしまいましたね。
あの人、なんだかんだで結構ざっくりしてるよね。
There didn't seem to be any other customers, although I hadn't really expected any. Let's go. I smiled at him and then followed Shiro in. This looks more like a food court than a restaurant. I glanced around and saw Shiro beckoning us over to some seats he'd taken.
そのようだ。食事の種類は和、洋、中と揃っている。
へえ、結構やるね。
それぞれのカウンターに出向いて注文し、食べ物を引き取ってこのテーブルで食べるというシステムなのですね。
じゃあ、僕は洋食の気分だから、あっちに行けばいいのか。
His earlier fear apparently forgotten, Wakaza trotted briskly away.
俺は中華にしよう。疲れているせいか、味が濃いものが欲しい。
おや、見事に割れましたね。私は外食では常に和食と決めているのです。
With that, they were gone. What should I eat? Well, if I'm facing death, I might as well eat some pizza. I think I feel like Western food today. I decided to follow Wakaza.
あれ君も来たの
Just felt like something a little different. What do you order? No tuna. It's gotta be.
ビーフストロガノフ。煮込み料理だったらあんまり外れもないかなって。
Stroga, wow, that's a mouthful. Is it good?
普通のレストランだったら普通に美味しいと思うけど、ここはほら、黒子が作ってるみたいだし、期待しないで頼んでみれば。
I don't want stroganoff. I want pizza. Alright, I'll have one of those then. Fuck. One of the piglets bowed, presumably to acknowledge that it had received my order, and disappeared into the back. With nothing more to talk about, an awkward silence fell between us. I feel like I should talk about something, but what? He's in a band that's famous, I guess, but I really don't know anything about them.
なんかさ、みっともないなって思われたかと思うと、やっぱ恥ずかしいよね。
Huh? While I was still trying to figure out what to say, he'd spoken
だか
up.
らさ、アイドルのくせにダサいなって思ったでしょって聞いてんの。
Don't think so. No, I don't think you're lame. I mean, I didn't even know who you were or anything.
だよね。はあ、なんかそれ聞くとちょっとへこむんだけど。
Sorry, I just don't really know about that kind of stuff. Even my friends are kind of surprised by it. It's not just you, I don't know anything about popular music.
そうだかね。っていうかさ、そんな子、僕がこの業界に入ってから初めてなんだけど。
The first girl I've met like that, what does that even mean? That doesn't know about his music? What? Really? I had to admit that came as a shock. Was I really that ignorant and alone in the world? I guess that's what he meant.
でもさ、もちろんショックはショックなんだけど、悪くないかもって思い出してる自分が新鮮だよ。
What do you mean?
なんかいいなって。
Really? He gave me a cheerful smile and I found myself surprised at just how dazzling it was. Whoa, why does my face feel warm all of a sudden? I struggle to find the right words. Wakaza, I...
ちょっと待って。
Hmm? He does look like a girl. He pressed a finger against my lips with a
待
smile.
って呼んでよ。若狭くんってなんだかよそよそしくて好きじゃない。
Okay. My heart tapped a little harder at the inside of my chest. Oh man, I guess he really does know how to turn on the charm. I let out a small sigh. I don't know, it still feels kind of weird to call him by his first name. I mean, we don't even really know each other. A few minutes later, the piglet returned with our stew, and Wakaza and I walked back to the others in silence.
はあ、お腹すいた。いただきます。
Itadakimasu. Wakaza was already stuffing food into his mouth by the time the rest of us had sat down.
おや、なかなか悪くない味ですね。
本当だ。うまいな。
They were right. The food was delicious. Apparently the piglets had a few master chefs.
これだったら 明日からのアトラクションも頑張って乗り越えられそうだよ。
そうだな。食は生きる上での基本。軍隊でも食事のうまいまずいで士気が上がったり下がったりするらしい。
確かにこのような状況下ですとそれにも納得です。
With that, we shut up and got to the pressing task of shoveling food into our mouths. After a while, the people who had gone off elsewhere returned, and by the end, all 7 of us were eating together.
さて、食事も済んだし、俺が調べてきたことを簡単に報告しよう。
Everyone looked up from their mostly empty plates.
ランドの外には誰もいない。おそらくこれは人質を盾に警察やマスコミを含む部外者がシャットアウトされているせいだろう。
Okay.
そして入場ゲートは特に封鎖されてはいない。出ようと思えば出られるが、ただしルールがあるので人質が殺されてしまう。そしてランド内で動いている施設は黒子たちが運営しており、正規のスタッフは一人もいない。爆破された観覧車は輪の部分が落下しており、ひどいありさまになっている。
Everyone aside. We'd known things were bad, but to hear it all laid out like that.
ワルドブーのやつ、大胆にもランドの内部から現れ、首脳陣拘束まで成功させてランドを掌握した。あいつは一体何者なんだ。
Don't even know what he really wants. This has to be a huge amount of work. Is he just doing it for fun?
皆目見当がつかないな。
めちゃくちゃ悪趣味だよね。
まったくもってどうしてこんなことを。
さすがにゲームとはいえ命がかかってるのはね。
たぶん暇な野郎だ。やっぱ絶対あいつぶちのめす。
Well, we still got a long way to go, so we're all gonna need to work together. Everybody nodded. Queen Serenade. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Just looking something up. Just a second. No. All right. Sorry about that. After dinner, we headed toward Adventure Village. Shinobe seemed to know the way, so he was leading us. Huh? At the far end of Adventure Village, a gorgeous cruise liner had been anchored near the riverside dock.
なるほど。あれが奴の言っていた到着するの意味か。
なんだかキラキラしていますね。
We all stared at the ship for a minute or two, amazed by its size and grandeur.
この船も何かのゲームに関係あるのかな。
ひとまず乗り込んでみるか。
Keeping a close eye on his surroundings, Shido headed for the ship. The rest of us followed. As it turned out, it was just as spectacular on the inside as it was on the outside. The decor wouldn't have been out of place at a 5-star hotel.
命を張ったゲームの最中でもなければ、すげえ嬉しいご招待なんだがな。
だよね。
They both gazed around the lobby and sighed.
動き出した。
Yeah, I think so. Had begun to move as soon as all of us were aboard.
なるほど、考えたな。これで朝まで俺たちはこの船に軟禁状態だ。
Shinobe frowned as several piglets appeared.
相変わらず、こいつら無言なのな。
They began to wave their arms and bodies around wildly, trying desperately to communicate something without words. Are they saying they'll show us to our rooms?
なんでわかる？
Well, I'm not sure, just kind of instinct, I guess. We followed the piglets to the rooms we'd been assigned. Gosh, I sure am tired. As soon as the piglet shut the door and left, I collapsed onto my bed. After a whole day running around, lying down felt so good. Ah, no, I'm gonna fall asleep if I stay here. Had to clean up. With a mighty effort, I hauled myself out of bed and toward the bathroom. The shower was my first priority, and after I dried and dressed, I began to really examine the room. It was about the size of a spacious single in a hotel, but it was neat and pretty. It was also well stocked with just about everything I could need. I hadn't brought anything with me, obviously, but it looked like whoever had prepared the room had anticipated that. At last. Feeling refreshed, I finally let myself fall into bed, but so much has happened today. I'm tired, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to sleep. As soon as I lay down, my head was flooded with thoughts of my uncle, the game we'd just played, and whatever game we'd be playing tomorrow. Just worrying about all of this isn't going to get me anywhere. The exhaustion from before was gone, replaced with restless energy. Who should I hang out with? Oh. Free time. Yeah. I want to hang out with this guy. Is he actually sexist though? Bureku Taimu. Shido seemed to be kind of a natural leader. I decided to go see if I could talk to him. Yeah, I kinda can't. He gave me a strained smile from the sofa in the lobby he was sitting on. You can't sleep either? I sat down on the sofa as I spoke. In his hands was a pistol. Is that...
よもやこれが活躍することはないだろうと思っていたが、携帯してきて正解だった。まあ、もっともこれが活躍するような局面が来ないことを祈るばかりだが。
Yeah.
どうした？そんなにじっと見て。やはりこれは珍しいか。
Well, yeah, of course it is. He smiled and slid the gun back into the shoulder holster under his coat.
お前のような善良な一市民が目にする必要はない。しかし、万が一、お前たちが危害を加えられるようなことがあれば。
I felt like his words were as much for him as they were for me.
すまなかったな。こんな話、つまらないだろう。
I don't know that I'd say it's boring.
そうか。おい、稲船先。髪がまだ濡れている。
Huh? Oh. He ruffled my hair experimentally and
部屋
frowned.
に戻ってよく乾かせ。そして今日はもうゆっくり休むように。
Okay, you get some rest too, alright?
俺はもう少しここにいるよ。
He didn't say anything more, but I could tell he wanted to be alone. I should head back. Still, I felt like I'd gotten to know him a little better. That's the idea. Woof. Well, I'm definitely sleepy now. Just look at the time. I flopped into bed and was asleep before my head hit the pillow. It was supposed to be a peaceful day.
ねえねえ、パパまだ起きてこないの？僕、起こしてこようか。もうちょっと寝かせてあげましょう。パパにとっては本当に久しぶりのお休みだもの。 それに、あなたも眠いのは嫌でしょ？もう少し寝ておいたらどう？そうしようかな。でも、遊園地どこかに逃げちゃわないかな。
Looking stupid on that chair. Don't touch any shadow. What do I do if I had a shadow? Expel me from dungeon? Serves you right. You failed the game. So, what made you guess bad ending? Oh, is it a different ending? I had no idea. The world is destroyed. Okay. I thought you would miss the day. Oh, you're joking. I'll keep reading it wrong if you keep writing it wrong. Got to the dungeon entrance? Okay. Okay, okay. So how did it feel? You guessed the culprit.
Omakaさんね。遊園地はどこへも行きはしない。あなたを待っててくれるわ。
To be honest, I didn't give it much thought until I had to give it some thought.
それじゃあ、もう少しだけパパを寝かせてあげましょうね。パパが起きたら、お弁当を持ってみんなで遊園地に行きましょう。
Young slacking detective? Yeah. I mean, he's a good foil to an experienced, serious straight edge. Just comedy. Slackers should be the old ones, one day away from retirement. You haven't seen Lethal Weapon, have you? I was still deep asleep when a piglet woke me that morning with a knock on the door. It had brought me breakfast, which I ate quickly before changing and heading out. Morning! Shiro, Shirabe, Urabe, and Mitarashi were all already waiting in the lobby. They all looked up and waved or nodded as I walked in. Alright, alright. Yeah, thanks for asking. Sorry. Urabe gave me a quick, gentle smile as Shirabe began to talk.
この船が川辺に接岸するのは11時30分らしい。
どうやって調べた？
いや、そこの黒子に聞いた。
You what?
ああ。一言も喋りはしないんだが、ジェスチャーで返事は返してくる。まったくおかしな連中だ。
I wanted to ask what sort of gestures they had used to communicate time, but I got the feeling there were more pressing things to deal with. As Shirabe finished, Wakaza and Miyoshi walked in.
揃ったところで、念のため携帯の連絡先を交換しておこう。確かテーマパーク内での連絡は禁止されていなかったはずだ。
あ？んでだよ、めんどくせえ。
念のためだ。何が起こるかわからないからな。
ち、どの道一緒にいるってのに心配性なこった。
He rolled his eyes but pulled out his phone anyway and started sending us his contact info. To each of us in turn. Looks like he uses that phone a lot. Oh, someone like him would have too, huh? I, on the other hand, had never been good at using my phone. Trying to share contact information was always awkward and confusing. Wonder how his Harrow wound is doing. I was still fumbling through screens on my phone when Wakaza trotted up, phone in hand.
僕の番号とメアド、事務所から気軽に教えるなって言われてるんだからね。
Right, sure, I'll be careful. He watched me try desperately to make my phone work for a few more minutes before sighing exasperately and grabbing it from me.
君、女子高生なんだよね。
Yeah, I'm just not good at this kind of stuff. He rolled his eyes, shot through menus so fast I couldn't even see them, and sent me his contact info.
ほら、ここのボタン長押ししたらこの画面になるから、あとはこのボタンを押して決定。
Thanks.
っていうか、ほんと君って変な子だよね。
I couldn't really argue with the point, but it still wasn't a very nice thing to say. At any rate, his instructions turned out to be helpful. I collected everyone else's info without too much trouble and gave them all my own.
文明の利器というものはどうしてこのように扱いづらいのでしょうか。
Yeah. He let out a long sigh.
ま、こんなもんがあるせいで人間が自分の脳みそっていう便利なもんをフルに活かせなくなっているのは事実だな。
便利なものは便利なんだし、使えばいいじゃん。難しいことは考えなくてもさ。
そもそも僕は人と番号やアドレスをあんまり交換しない。こんなに登録したのは初めてだ。
マジか。俺なんかもうメモリいっぱいで何件か削除したぜ。
削除って困らないのか。
別にいいだろう。用があれば向こうからかけてくるだろうしよ。俺からは連絡しねえし。
I was right when I met them yesterday. These guys are pretty weird. Balls. One of the piglets led us off the boat and into the central plaza.
相変わらず見てるとぶん殴りたくなる面してやがるぜ。
Mitarashi glared at the statue and cracked his knuckles. There he is. As he spoke, an image of Augustine appeared on the monitor.
やれやれ、ひやっこさん朝からご機嫌だな。
自分は安全な場所に身を置いて、一方的に俺たちに命をかけさせて楽し。
Augustine sighed dramatically.
わかるよ。ゲームである以上、攻略法は必ず存在する。そして、ゲームを解いていけば、必ず敵は倒せる。つまりラスボスである。あんたもね。
Welcome back, Metal. He really makes me mad. What an arrogant jerk.
なめないでほしいよね。
Just then, a chime echoed across the park. It's a house? Hochstein directed us to something called the Racing Square, so we set off in that direction. Ah, it's a racetrack. Okay. We were part way there when Shirabe began to speak.
で、これから行くアトラクションは何だ？
確かアリスがどうたらとか言ったような。なんで俺に聞くんだよ。
Alice in Wonderland?
アリスカートグランプリ
Okay.
ああ、それ。俺は何も知らねえからな。
Does he really think we don't notice? We all did the polite thing and ignored Mitarashi's bizarre outburst.
アリスカートグランプリ通称アリスカート不思議の国のアリスをモチーフにしたレースゲームだ
Alice in Wonderland? Well, if there's a Crash Team Racing, why can't there be an Alice in Wonderland card game?
レース中に入手したアイテムでライバルへの妨害ができるパーティーゲームでコアなゲーマー以外にも受けてブームになった
It's Mario Kart. He was right, even I knew people who were into Alice Kart. Mitarashi's eyes had shone with excitement at every word Miyoshi had said.
へえ、カートレースなら得意だぜ。俺に任せろよ。
でもきっと普通のカートレースにはなってないんでしょ。昨日のゲームと一緒でさ。
His face grew pale and he trailed off, but at least it didn't look like Wakaza was going to refuse to enter the attraction again. I'm scared too, but I've got to do my best, especially now that Shido's gotten Augustine to agree to release the hostages. Is that the PSP player? Yes. The guy with the straight jacket? A seat at a tea party. Uh-oh. Alice fart. With that, he was gone. Tea party?
やはりレースだけでは済みそうにないな。
ああ、初めから織り込み済みとはいえ、油断はするなよ。
After a short walk, the attraction opened up onto the racetrack. Miyoshi hadn't been kidding when he said it was Alice in Wonderland themed. There were decorations everywhere. It was pretty impressive. None of this stuff feels like it really goes with a racetrack.
なんかちょっと違和感あるかも。
それがすごく受けたんだアリスの世界とレースゲームの融合一見ミスマッチなのにそれが癖になる
This guy is the PSP player, right? Guy on the right? No accounting for taste, I guess. Before we could continue, the announcers turned up.
不思議の国サーキットへ。さあみんな、二人一組でペアを作り、カートへ乗り込もう。
カートはあれか。エンジンで走るレーシングカートとは本格的だな。
ああ、8台あるが、すでに4台には黒子の奴らが乗り込んでいるようだな。
Uh-oh.
面白い。こいつらみんなライバルってわけか。いいじゃねえか。ぶっちぎってやるぜ。
Seemed pretty excited to get started and kept reminding us how good he was at kart racing.
レースは3周勝負。全員クラッシュするか、黒子が優勝したらクリア失敗になっちゃうので気をつけよう。
Sounds pretty normal, but why do I have a feeling it won't be?
まあ、昨日のアトラクションの様子からしてそれは考えにくいだろう。
Yeah.
とにかく組み分けをしよう。とはいえ、 我々は奇数。一人。
ああ、そんじゃ俺が一人になるわ。なるべく軽い方がスピードが出るからな。
いや、たとえそれでお前が優勝したとしても、お茶会への参加がお前一人になってしまう。本番の謎解きが仕掛けられているだろうお茶会には、二人で参加するべきだ。
We all agree that Cheetah was right, so someone would have to pair up with Mitarashi. Who's going to go by themselves then? I'm really pretty terrible at kart racing. Maybe I should be the single driver? What if I screw that up and get in somebody's way? I was still pondering it when Hurabe spoke up.
私が一人で乗りましょう。私は酔いやすいので、スピードの出る乗り物は苦手なんです。二人で乗って足を引っ張るくらいなら、最初から優勝争いに絡まないと決まっていた方が。
よし。それでは、一人で参加するのは、浦部君丸で決まりだな。
と、あとは組み分けか。ここはオーソドックスにじゃんけんで決めるか。
We nodded and held out our
出
hands.
したやつと組む。それでいいな。おうよ。
了解。
じゃあ行くよ。じゃんけん。
What should I go with? I don't know. Rock, paper, scissors. Scissors. Oh.
僕と君の二人がペアか。よろしく。
Okay. I'm sure we'll do fine. As long as I don't get in the way, at least. That left Shido with Shirabe and Wakasa with Mitarashi. I climbed into my cart. Looks like there are two sets of controls, one for the wheel and one for the gas. I guess I got the gas. Wait, Urabe won't be able to drive by himself. I looked over to him.
一人で問題なく運転できるようになっておりますので、安心してください。
Oh, good. He gave me a small smile and I fell back into my seat relieved. So I got the gas pedal and what are these? There's several buttons set across the dashboard. Missile, caltrops, oil, boost. Are these what Miyoshi was talking about earlier? None of them are lit up. I looked over to see Miyoshi grasping the wheel with white-knuckled hands, his face unreadable.
よろしく。
You too. He hadn't even turned to look at me. He's kind of making me worried. He was amazing in the hallway yesterday. We should be fine. I repeated that to myself and started examining the dashboard. When I placed my foot on the gas pedal, Miyoshi suddenly spoke up again.
踏んだら走って、離したら止まるから。
Yeah. I knew how a gas pedal worked, I just wasn't sure how we were going to work in tandem if we didn't talk. Don't think I'm going to get much more out of him, though. I sighed. All I could do was try my best and pay close attention. The roar of an engine startled me back to reality. Apparently Miyoshi had started the cart. A piglet holding a flag appeared next to the starting line, and the signal light came on. It turned from red to green, and the race was on. Ugh. The track was straight from the starting line until the first corner. I should probably gun it here and then ease off when we hit the curve. If we tried to take the curve too fast, then we'd be in trouble.
悪くないよ。
Oh, thanks! Looked like my plan had worked out. We managed to move up 2 cars from last place. Our communication wasn't great, but we seemed to be doing alright despite that. We're in 5th place. Miyoshi jerked the wheel to the side in the middle of a straightaway, taking us close to the edge of the track. I was about to ask why when I heard the noise.
よし、アイテムゲット。
Huh? What do you
その
mean?
ままだ。み
Oh, I looked down at the dashboard. The light next to one of the buttons was
に
lit.
ハテナのマークあるだろ。あれの上を通過すると、ランダムで一つアイテムが手に入るんだ。
Oh, so the lit missile button
ミサイルが
means...
使えるってこと。順位を上げるにはミサイルかブーストのどっちかがいい。アイテムは重複して持てないからミサイルをまた手に入れるためには撃たなくちゃならない。
I see. I wasn't quite sure I understood what was going on, but it was clear that pressing that button fired a missile.
ちょうど目の前に黒子のカートがいるからそのボタンを押してみて。
Alright, let's hit that button then. Go for it. Seems dangerous, but I guess I just have to trust him. Okay. I hit the button. Whoa! I felt the cart shudder and the missile shot out from underneath it. It flew along the ground and slammed into the other cart.
ナイス。やるね。
Just like that? A real missile? So there's debris in the track now. And I killed people. Thanks! A huge grin had suddenly spread across his face. I didn't even know how he could smile like that. The missile attack slowed the piglet cart down enough that we passed it and moved up. Oh, okay.
これで4位だ。
Awesome! Our good fortune seemed to have improved. Miyoshi's mood which in turn improved his driving. If I can just keep working the gas right, we might have a chance at winning this thing. Even though we still weren't exactly working in unison, we managed to keep our spot. By then, we'd moved into the second lap. Miyoshi drove over another one of the question marks and the Caltrops button lit up. The Caltrop button lit up and wait, another one. The boost is on too.
気づかなかったかもしれないけど、ハテナのマークもう一個通過したんだ。
When did he do that?
最終周まで温存しておこう。この周回は普通に攻める。
Got it. I nodded and went back to focusing on the gas. We finished the second lap in the same position. Then finally, we were on the last lap.
そろそろ巻き菱の出番だな。僕の言う通りのタイミングで2つのボタンをどっちもして。今だ。
Right. I hit both buttons at once and mumbled a short sorry under my breath. The cart behind us hit the Caltrops and careened off toward the edge of the track as it suddenly slowed. At the same time, the boost activated and shot our cart forward toward the lead group. In front is Shiro and Shirobe with a piglet cart behind them. Third is Mitarashi and Wakaza. I barely finished talking when there was a loud boom and Shiro's cart suddenly slowed down.
2位の黒子がミサイルを撃った。
Yeah. I wanted to see if Shido and Shirobe were okay, but I was too busy focusing on working the pedal. We flew past their cart, bringing us to third place. Huh? Did you say something?
決め手にかけるなと思って。
We were coming up on the straightaway in front of the finish line when suddenly Mitarashi's cart sped up. Past the piglets! They're moving into first place! As I spoke, the piglet cart spun out and veered off the track.
まずい。オイルだ。
What? Black slick had appeared on the course just before the piglet cart lost control. After what Miyoshi had said, I realized it had to be oil. Ah! We're going too fast to avoid the oil. Our cart went into a spin, careening toward the fence.
アクセル離して。
His voice shook me out of my confusion, and I pulled my foot up as fast as I could. Slowly we began to slow down. Ah! Miyoshi was doing his best to bring the cart under control, but it wasn't working. I squeezed my eyes shut. I opened my eyes a crack. The cart had come to a stop just feet from the fence. I let out a weak bark of laughter. If we'd run into the fence, we wouldn't have walked away with minor injuries. If we'd walked away at all.
怪我ない。
I'm fine. What about you? Sighed with relief.
大丈夫か？
Shido was already running over to us. Mitarashi and Wakaza had won first place. Oh, that's good. Just wish they would have thought a little more before they dumped that oil. what? They needed to win. We opened the door to the next area in silence. I got the feeling that everyone else was questioning Mitarashi's actions during the race, although Mitarashi himself was in high spirits. But we had to win. Maybe that meant something like this had to happen. If the piglets had won, we would have failed that game and everything would have been over. Nobody could bring themselves to judge Mitarashi too harshly. It's not like he tried to hurt any of us on purpose. Beyond the door was a small forest, a blue sky spread out above us. The whole place felt nice. It was all fake, of course. The sky was a painting on the domed ceiling, and the forest was plastic and metal. In the center of the clearing was a single house. The chimneys looked like rabbit ears. I was actually a little disappointed. It would have been pretty cute if it wasn't part of this awful game. The announcer's voice rang through the clearing. Mitarashi's triumphant roar echoed across the dome. Apparently Shido had finally had enough.
Oi, host.
あ
あじゃない。なぜあんな危険な真似をした？答えろ。
んだよ、うっせえな。これだから正義の騎士様はよ。あの場合しょうがねえだろ。あのままじゃクリア失敗になるところだったんだぜ。
その結果、お前は仲間を危険にさらしたな。
だからなんだってんだ。やんのか？あ？つうか、ホストじゃなくて名前で呼びやがれ。
Shiro grabbed Mitarashi by the collar and pulled him down to face him. The other man just stared back, unintimidated. What should I do? It feels like they're about to fight. I barely thought the words when Mitarashi's fist slammed into Shiro's face. Shido stumbled back, then threw himself forward, driving a fist into Mitarashi's stomach. Ah. They started trading blows one after another, but they appeared to be evenly matched. We all just watched shocked. No one seemed to want to step in. What should I do? I looked over at Urabe. He shrugged, then turned to the fighters. But his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. He sighed. Urabe doesn't look so good. He did say he doesn't do well on fast things, but I didn't think he would be this bad. His face was pale, and the longer he stood, the more he began to waver back and forth. Someone needed to stop the fight, but I was getting more worried about Urabe with every passing minute. Unfortunately, nobody else seemed to be doing anything. Stop it, you two! I don't want to, but if no one else is going to do anything, knock it off, you guys! Didn't seem like they'd even heard me. Dang, that didn't do anything. He sighed and shook his head. It looked like there was nothing we could say to get through to them. Somehow Urabe managed to calm them down and the fight ended. Well, the fight might be over, but we're still a long, long way from anything you might call teamwork. We'd come together the day before, and I'd almost been optimistic, but today it seemed like everything was falling apart. Pig's voice hit me like a bucket of ice water.
やれやれ、お茶会ね。
Shirabe was the first to start toward the house, and the rest of us followed. A table had been set for a tea party with stacks of fake dishes and teacups spread across it. In the chairs were statues of a rabbit, a mouse, and a man with a hat. Mitarashi and Wakaza stopped at the table. The rest of us headed toward the house. As we passed the table, Shirabe tapped his forehead and began to speak.
マッドティーパーティーは不思議の国のアリスに登場する3月うさぎの家の庭で催されているお茶会だ。お茶会の参加者は3月うさぎ、眠りネズミ、イカレ帽子屋。ちなみにイカレ帽子屋はハートの女王に不況を買ってしまったことで、彼の時計はいつでも6時を指したまま動かなくなった。つまり彼にとってはずっとお茶の時間のままだってわけだ。
なんというか、随
Uh-oh.
分個性的な家ですね。
As I looked around the room we found ourselves in, I had to agree. Outside it looked quaint and inviting, and downright whimsical, but inside it was covered in metal plating with no decorations of any sort.
物騒なもんがこっち向いてるぜ。
Ah. I looked up to see that the entire ceiling was a metal plate covered in giant spikes.
あの窓から外の様子が見えるようだな。
He was right. Outside we could see the tea party. On the wall opposite from the door was a giant television screen.
嫌な予感がする。
As Miyoshi spoke, a loud clank filled the house.
うん。鍵がかかったな。
開かない。
Oh no, the dumbest guys are outside. It was looking like Miyoshi's bad feelings had been justified. What's going to happen now? We were trying to see what was going on outside when the announcer began to speak again.
3月うさぎの家ようこそと言いたいところだけれど、おやおや大変。このままでは皆さん死んでしまいますよ。
What? As I spoke, I heard a metallic groan from the ceiling.
どうやら天井が少しずつ下がり始めているようです。
He swallowed and wiped sweat off his forehead. Then, if we don't do anything, we're gonna get skewered?
そういう寸法らしいな。さあ、お茶会の始まりだ。招待されたのは君たち2人だけだけれど、もしできるならお友達を呼んでも構わないよ。でもそのためにはお茶会のイカれた主催者を従えて許可をもらわなきゃね。
Wait, is this for the people outside? I looked around and everyone nodded. We'd all thought the same thing. Everything was going to depend on Mitarashi and
そう
Wakaza.
そう、もし呼ぶなら急がないとお友達が死んじゃうよ。
Although we couldn't hear them through the window, we saw Mitarashi and Wakaza suddenly look up surprised.
俺たちの命はあの二人に託されたということか。
His voice was grim. If I'd just gotten in a fight with someone, I'd be uneasy about them saving my life too.
今、僕たちにできるのは見守ることだけだ。
Watching people try to save your life when you're helpless sucks.
その場で思いついた範囲の知識は置いてきたが、なんかのヒントになりゃいいが。
Shirabe rubbed his forehead. I thought his sudden monologue earlier had been strange, but now I saw that what he'd been trying to do. We all crowded around the two windows to look outside as Mitarashi and Wakaza came running over toward the house. Mitarashi ran to the door and started jiggling the handle, but it was locked up tight. Wakaza pounded on the
大
window.
丈夫？閉じ込められたの？
His voice came through over the speaker, just like the announcer's had. What should I do? The ceiling is still moving down, but... Hurry up and solve the puzzle. Just hurry up and solve it. I yelled as loud as I could and tried not to think of the ceiling full of spikes moving slowly closer, but he didn't seem to hear me. I gave up and jabbed my finger at the ceiling. At Wakasa's shout, Mitarashi left the door and ran over to the window.
どうやらこちらの声は届かないようだな。俺
Shido frowned and made a shooing motion at the two men outside the window. I guess he was telling them to go back and solve the puzzle? They didn't seem to get it, though. Mitarashi looked puzzled and Wakaza just kept nodding.
そう、うまく伝わらない。黒子のジェスチャーをもう少し研究しておくべきだったか。
He grimaced and punched the nearby wall.
みたらしさん、戻ろう。この家のドア、絶対に開かないよ。みんなを助けるには謎を解くしかないんだ。
仕方がね。
He turned and stumped back to the table, as we all watched nervously. Even though they were a ways away, we could still hear them talking quite clearly.
確か、お友達を呼ぶには、お茶会のイカれた主催者を従えて許可をもらわなきゃならない。だったよね。
ああ。つう言葉だ。よし。まずはそのイカれた主催者ってのがどいつかだが。
There were three statues sitting in chairs around the table, a hare, a mouse, and the man in a hat. The man in the hat was the Mad Hatter, but suddenly Shirabe groaned and smacked his forehead.
しまった。どうかしたのか。
いや、マッドティーパーティーってのは不思議の国のアリスに登場する3月ウサギの家の庭で催されているお茶会だ。
It was more or less what he'd said before. I didn't see the problem. Is there something wrong with that?
作中ではこのシーンで初めてイカレ帽子屋が登場する。だからしばしば誤解されるんだ。このお茶会の主催者がイカレ帽子屋であると。
He's not?
引っ掛け問題か。名前から考えても、帽子をかぶった男だと思っていた。
Would have thought so
言
too.
った通り、お茶会は3月ウサギの家の庭で催されている。正解は3月ウサギだ。
大丈夫なのでしょうか。果たしてあの二人、この引っ掛け問題に気づくかどうか。
くそ、なんとかこれを伝える術があれば。
Cheeto had begun to pace back and forth restlessly. This is awful. All we can do is watch.
ジェスチャーで伝えるにしても、間違って伝わってしまうと目も当てられないしな。
Shirabe frowned and scratched at his beard.
さっき調べさんが通りすがりに言ってた話によると、左から順に3月ウサギ、眠りネズミにイカレ帽子屋だったよね。
ああ。それにマッドティーパーティーとかなんとか言ってたな。
We're going to decide this house is the Mad Hatter, aren't I? This is bad. I let out a sigh and pressed my face to the window.
ちなみに主催者である3月ウサギは行かれているんでしょうか。
Yeah.
それは英語の慣用句には3月のウサギのように気が狂っているってのがあってたな。まあ元はといえば繁殖期のウサギの様子を言った言葉らしいが、とにかくイカれたメンツが集まったお茶会だからマッドティーパーティーなのさ。
なるほどな。だがしかし、あいつらが正解に感づけるか。
イカレ帽子屋のイカれたっていう言葉に惑わされるなよ。
Shirabe mumbled to himself, almost like a prayer.
なんだよ、楽勝じゃねえか。間違いなくこいつだろ。
He was pointing, of course, at the Mad Hatter.
あの単細胞め。やはり。
We all let out a collective sigh.
名前からすれば
The house even has ears.
引っかかるっていや、なんであの家ウサギみたいな耳生えてやがるんだ。
Exactly. Uzagi Mimi.
ウサギ。あ、そうだ。
んだよ、いきなりでかい声出しやがって。
そうだそうだ。確かさっき調べさんが3月ウサギの家の庭でお茶会が催されてるってそう言ってた。
3月ウサギ。ああ、だからあの家にはウサギの耳が生えてやがるんだな。
そうだからつまりお茶会のイカれた主催者っていうのは
この帽子の野郎じゃなくてこっちのウサギってわけか。
He pointed at the statue of the marsh hare, and we all sighed again, this time with relief.
でもちょっと待って、ウサギの家の庭だからってお茶会の主催者かどうかはまた別かもしれないし。
若さとは余計なことをそのままでいいんだ。そのままで。
This is driving me insane.
人生をミスったか。
The despair. Inside of the house, the atmosphere was filled with anxiety and despair, and with every passing minute, the ceiling full of spikes got a little closer.
ま、時間がねえんだ。ひとまずここは素直に主催者はウサギってことで先に進もうぜ。
だね。あんまり慎重にしすぎても良くないか。で、次はその主催者を従えて許可をもらうっていう言葉の意味だけど。
ああ、わかんねえな。ひとまずウサギを調べてみるか。
He proceeded to examine the hare statue more closely.
従えてってどういう意味だろう。そこがなんだか怪しい気がするけど。
おお、こいつなんか持ってやがる。トランプに。
As soon as Mitarashi spoke, the screen inside the house suddenly flickered to life. We all turned around to face it.
Yakko さん、何の目的が出てきやがった？
大方嫌がらせか精神攻撃。
Our faces went pale.
本物だと。
No, what do we do? There's nothing we really could do. There was no way to communicate with the others.
とにかく二人が間違いないよう祈るしかないな。
Even Shirabe's usually detached calm seemed to have been shaken. Outside, Mitarashi and Wakaza continued to examine the card and the pistol.
みたらしさん、これどう思う？
スペードの6とクローバーのキング。これはどこにあった？
机のティーカップに入ってた。ウサギもトランプを持ってたよね。
ああ、こいつが持ってるのはダイヤのキング。おい、他にもトランプがないか探してみようぜ。
After a few minutes of searching, they turned up several more cards.
出てきたカードはそれぞれスペードの6、クラブのキング、ハートのキング、スペードのクイーン、ハートのクイーン、そしてダイヤの8だな。
They spread out all the cards they'd found on the table.
従えるってことは、もしかしてウサギの持ってるダイヤのキングよりも強いカードで何かするって。
Guess you command them with the Queen of Hearts.
きっとそれだ。って、でもよ、6 とかクイーンならキングより弱いってのはすぐにわかるが、ウサギと同じキングが混じってやがるぜ。
僕もトランプにはあんまり詳しくないんだけど、確かマークにも強さがあるんじゃなかったっけ？
こんなことならポーカーでも真面目にやってりゃよかったな。
For the next few minutes, they were silent, deep in thought.
トランプのマーク、スートでの強さは一般的にはスペード、ハート、ダイヤ、クラブの順番ですね。
I blinked. Well, you sure know a lot about cards.
職業柄とでも言いますか。占いはタロットを用いるものが多いのですが、中にはトランプを使うものもあるんです。
とすると、あの中でダイヤのキングに勝てるのはハートのキングだな。
Right, if only we could tell them somehow. Almost as if he heard me, I saw Wakaza leave the table and come running toward us. The ceiling was down much farther now, just above our heads. There wasn't much time left. I pulled my eyes away from it and back to Wakaza. What should I do? I don't think that's the answer. Tell him to do his best. Do your best. Gave him the most cheerful smile I could manage, and he replied with a grin and a firm nod. I guess he understood me.
なんだか昨日とは雰囲気が違うな。
彼の真摯な正義の心を感じる。
You were right. The terrified Wakaza we'd seen the day before was nowhere to be found. Let's just hope that's enough to get us out of this. I tried to take a deep breath and relax. Wakaza ran off, back to the table.
おい、どうだった？
まだ大丈夫だけど、急がないとまずい。
おう、正解のカードを入れる場所が分かったぜ。多分ここだ。
3月ウサギの口？
ああ、ちょうどカードが入る感じになってる。あとはどのカードが奴のカードより強いかってことだが。
わかるの？
わからね
え。Mitarashi grinned and picked up the King of Clubs and the King of Hearts.
ちょっとどうするつもり？
こっからはどっちかにかけるっきゃないってことだぜ。強運の持ち主が勝ち残る。これがギャンブルの基本だ。
みたらしさん、ギャンブル強いの？
強いならポーカーくらいはやってんだろうが。つまりはそういうことだ。
He gave Wakaza a knowing wink.
あいつら、まさか本気で勘でなんとかしようとしているのか。
十中八九はそのまさかだろうよ。
They both shook their heads, but it wasn't like there was anything we could do. King of Hearts. Pick the King of Hearts. Thought about the King of Hearts as hard as I could, willing him to pick it.
本当に大丈夫なのかな？
仕方ねえだろうが。答えわかんねえんだし。とにかく確率は5割。
Stared down at the two cards for several long seconds before finally holding one of them up.
俺はこいつにかけるぜ。
ハートのキング。
Okay.
ああ、何かを選ぶときに大事なのは、
He grinned and tapped a thumb on his chest.
奴がバカなのが功を奏したな。
Yes. Shido sighed.
一応下がっとけよ。
After Wakaza stepped away, Mitarashi carefully slid the card into the hare's mouth. Can't really see what's happening. I scarcely thought those words when... What?
なんだと？
今のは銃声でしょうか。
We all looked at each other frightened. We had all thought Mitarashi collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Someone died. Okay. Oh, he had the right answer. Wakaza was shaking Mitarashi's body. He turned and yelled at the monitor. Oh. Ceiling was getting really close. Urabe, the tallest of us, had to crouch down to avoid it. My eyes widened. Wait a minute, that means... Alice in Wonderland. Queen of Hearts. Sit, the most powerful person in the world of Alice in Wonderland is the Queen of Hearts. That's the card they need to give to the hare. Shirabe nodded. Augustine cheered. He let out a roar of laughter that shook the house. I looked over at the others and noticed that Shido was grinning. Huh? He was looking outside, but why? Who was he just talking to? Ah, they're phoning each other. He looked out the window too, just in time to see Mitarashi suddenly come back to life. Pig wasn't the only person who was surprised. Everyone was too stunned to speak as Mitarashi leapt up, grabbed the Queen of Hearts, and shoved it into the hare's mouth. They cheered and high-fived one another. Oh, the ceiling! It had gotten pretty close, but it wasn't moving anymore. We were safe. That's good and all, but what just happened? Tozinda. There was a loud clang as the door unlocked. We hurried outside as fast as we could, anxious to get away from the spikes. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. I looked over at Shido and Mitarashi. I could still remember the fight they'd had. It hadn't been that long ago, but now they were acting almost friendly. They were arranging it. We all crowded in towards Shido and Mitarashi. Finally, Shido cleared his throat and began to speak.
実は中と外二手に分かれてからずっと俺たちは携帯を通話状態にしていたんだ。もっとも俺は音量をオフにしていたが。
What? I didn't even notice.
なるほど。しかし全然気がつかなかったな。 もしかして。
気がついたか？
You mean your fight earlier was just an act? Shido grinned.
アトラクション内でも常に監視されているのは分かっていたからな。奴に怪しまれずに作戦を伝えるにはああするしかなかった。
喧嘩のふりをして至近距離で作戦を伝えたってわけか。
ああ。そして揉み合った時に俺の携帯用イヤホンを渡したんだ。
I didn't notice a thing.
おい、おい。
あ？
俺の腹を殴れ。
は？
俺を信じろ。
全だっつうのは正義の味方ずらはよ。
腹を殴れと言ったのに。
くそ、なんだってんだ。
おい、こ
なんだこれは。
お前に電話をかける。これで俺たちの声を聞くんだ。いいな。
I see.
一組しかお茶会には参加できないとなれば、1位になったペアにワルドブーが何かを仕掛けてくるのは予想できた。だからこちらの情報やアドバイスを伝えられるように一芝居打ったんだ。
やれやれ、敵を騙すにはまず味方からってやつか。
なんだもう、途中から僕何が何だかわけわかんなくなってたよ。
Really? Gosh.
全然。みたらしさんも人が悪いな。
ありあり。なんせあの豚に聞かれちゃまずかったからよ。
結局みんなを騙したような形になってすまなかった。しかし奴に感づかれれば必ず邪魔をしてくると思った。
He bowed his head to us in a quick gesture of apology.
ま、最大の難関はこいつの演技力だったんだがな。
あ？ホストのこの俺を捕まえて何言ってんだ。それに結局うまくいったじゃねえか。
Yeah, none of us noticed, but what does acting have to do with being an escort?
あ？それはお前。いいよいいよ、お前はそれだ。そのうちわかるだろ。
サキさん、あなたは知らなくてもいいことなのですよ。
そうだね。っていうか、君がそんなこと分かっちゃってるのもなんか調子狂うし。
What the heck are you guys talking about? They all cuffed or looked away awkwardly.
しかし、まさかハートのキングが外れだとは思わなかったけどな。
He groaned a little and rubbed at his chest. Did you actually get shot?
っていうか、確かに撃たれてたよね。
ああ、撃たれた。けどよ、こいつのおかげで助かったのさ。
Huh? He reached under his shirt and pulled out what looked like a metal serving platter with a massive dent in the middle.
いつの間に？
なめんなよ。ま、あの銃弾が本物だって聞いて、念のために入れといてよかったぜ。
Didn't it still hurt?
それなりの衝撃はあったが、怪我はしちゃいねえよ。心配すんな。
He could just not be in front of the gun. That's good. Mitarashi was quickly turning into the park's punching bag. Although I guess the one yesterday was my fault.
しかし腹を殴れと言ったのにどうして顔を殴った？おかげでなんだか顎の形が変わっているような気が。
それを言うならあんただって倒すだけで問題ねえのに腹を殴ったじゃねえか。
いや、顔を殴られてついカッとなってな。
お互い様だっての。
For a moment it looked like they might be about to fight again, but suddenly both men broke into smiles and the rest of us followed suit. Gosh, it sure feels nice to smile again. I let out a long sigh of relief, but that relief was short-lived. His face had gone red with rage.
ズルだと。ゲームのルールによれば内部での連絡は禁止されていなかったはずだが、それに仮にズルだとしてもお前はそれをその場で指摘できなかっただろ。お前が謎を出し俺たちがその謎を解く。これは定められたルールの範囲内で互いの知力を尽くすゲームだったはずだ。
I've heard that before. He's quoting the Count's own statements back at him. What? You can't do that. You said... That's it. I've had enough. What's this guy's deal? He's just going to break them when he feels like it? What's the point of having rules in the first place? That game was hard and scary. You can't decide we didn't beat it just because he's mad. I'm getting mad. Ooh, we followed your rules, but you're just going to ignore them? That's not cool. One final incoherent grunt of rage. Screen shut off. Moments later, we heard the noise from the table. Did you guys hear that?
大皿のクロッシュが開いてる。ほら、あのテーブルの真ん中にあるやつ。
どれ？皿の上に何か置かれてるな。
宝箱ですね。これはおそらく昨日と同じく。
おい、危険だから触るな。念のため俺が確かめる。
He approached the table as the rest of us backed away and gingerly picked up the treasure chest.
ステージ2を完全クリア。報酬アイテムを入手しました。
We did it!
ようやくか。今日もヒヤヒヤさせられたぜ。おい、その宝箱の中には何が入ってんだ？
昨日と同じだな。何かのメモのようだが。
What does 07 mean? Do you think it has something to do with sun?
このメモに一体どんな意味が？
He frowned and began tapping his finger on his forehead.
皆さん、お疲れになったでしょう。ひとまず少し休みませんか？
Yeah, good idea. Why don't we just sit down at the table?
本当にお茶があれば最高なんだけどね。
でも、あったとしても飲む気はしない。
確かに言えてる。
一刻も早く外に出たいが、確かに疲れたな。
Eventually, we all sat down around the table except for Shirabe, who insisted on investigating the entire garden. After a few minutes of rest, we headed out. Just as before, once we got outside, the sun had already set. 7 o'clock. We got it pretty close again, huh? We waited for the Count for a while, but he never appeared.
やっこさん、今日はもう出番なしか？
怒って拗ねてるんじゃない？
Wakaza shrugged.
ホテルが接岸するのは確か22時だったな。ひとまず昨日と同様、レストランにでも向かうか。
腹ペコペコだぜ。
I'm starving too.
賛成。僕もうお腹空きすぎで死にそうだよ。
皆さん賛成のようですね。
よし、ひとまずレストランに向かい腹ごしらえと打ち合わせをしよう。
With that, we were off. We hadn't gone that far before Shirabe headed off in a different direction. Where are you going?
俺は例によってそこらを調べてくるとするよ。また後で合流するから。
Okay, see you later then. As I watched him walk off, I felt strange. Why do I feel uneasy? Is something wrong? I spent the rest of the walk trying to figure out what I'd felt, but before I knew it, we'd arrived. Just like before, the restaurant was being run by the piglets.
しかし、毎日あんな手の込んだ仕掛け、よく作りやがってな。
アトラクションの運営は黒子がしてるよね。
あ、ってことはさ、動かしてる黒子を捕まえて白状させれば。
もしや彼らが喋らないのはそのせいなのでしょうか。
Oh, he wants to make sure none of them let anything slip?
くっそ、あの豚。
Well, I mean, we don't actually know for sure. Everyone was busy shoveling food into their mouths when they weren't talking. It shows in fried pork and rice.
しっこいくせに結構がっつりなんだな。
Yeah, I just felt like something heavy today, you know?
がっつりな気分とは？
がっつり食べたいってことだよ。
ああ、なるほど。ってなんで目押しこうだ？お前。
いや、なんとなく。
おいしい？脂っこくない？
Yeah, it's pretty good. Nice and crispy. I really like it.
そうなんだ。僕アイドルだからカロリーにはちょっと気を使っててさ。油物って太るよね。
Oh, right. For some reason, everyone seemed to be fascinated by my dinner. It's kind of embarrassing to have all these guys looking at me. I shrugged it off and gone back to eating when my cell phone suddenly began to ring. Ah?
おい、外部との連絡はルール違反だぞ。
He frowned as I pulled the phone out. Sorry, I didn't. Wait, it's a text. I looked at the sender and my eyes widened. It's from my uncle.
おお、人質になってるっていうお前の。
Yeah.
二人とも静かにしろ。どこであいつが聞き耳を立てているかわからないからな。
人質ってことは内部からの連絡なんだし、別に文句はねえだろうが。
とはいえだ。人質との連絡をあいつがみすみす見逃すとは思えない。
You're right. I read the text in silence and then sent back a quick reply. It was only a few seconds before I got an answer. Hello, Luis, how are you? After several more messages, I was able to piece together what had happened to him and the hostages. They were on their guard, but when some of the piglets had left their post, why, he didn't know, he'd been able to contact me. They were all safe for now. I looked up at the others and nodded. They all seemed to understand. After checking to make sure we weren't being watched, I handed my cell phone over, so they could see what I'd learned.
このことは内密にな。
なんかの時に役に立つかもしんねえしな。
Right, did everybody hear that?
了解。
I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Invested in a new visual novel.
承知しました。
わかったよ。それより調べさん、なんだか遅くない？
そういやそうだな。
I'll go see if I can find him. As I stood up to leave, I felt the same uneasiness from before.
おい、一人で大丈夫か？
I'll be fine. I'm just gonna take a quick look around. I gave everyone a quick reassuring grin and headed out of the restaurant. But what's up with this weird feeling I keep having? If no one dies, this will feel very meaningless. Alright, time to start looking. I decided to start with a racing square. Whoops. And just as I rounded the corner of a building, I saw him. Shira... I opened my mouth to call out, and stopped. It looked as if he was talking to someone. Who could you be talking to? I ducked back behind the wall, then peeked out. He seemed to be using the statue with the screen and that Augustine always appeared on. It's on? Does that mean you can use it to talk to other people? I mean, he couldn't be talking to Count Augustine, right? What game am I playing? This? It's a Sweet Fuse at Your Side. It's a VN. I felt my stomach flip-flop just as the glow from the screen disappeared. Stop it, Metal, stop! That's how Persona is too. Eeh. I ducked back behind the wall on reflex. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't want him to know I'd been watching. Shirabe, there you are.
Oh? Ojo-chan, どうした?
What's this game about? Well, your 7 people are kidnapped in this park and forced to play games of life and death. And otherwise it's going to blow up and the hostages are going to die. Basically. That's the really, really short version. I'd expected him to be a little startled, but he seemed as unshakable as ever. What should I say? What were you just doing? Nintendo game? It's on PSP. What were you doing? No point in beating around the bush.
そこらを調べるって伝えたつもりだったがな。大した収穫はなしだったが。
He shrugged, dodging my question. It looked like he wasn't going to fess up. He's not going to tell me anything. I didn't want to be suspicious, but he was acting awfully strange. Would it be a good idea for me to tell the others, or should I just keep what I'd seen to myself? Shirabe just continued to chew his snack, apparently oblivious. Who was he talking to? The hotel eventually arrived, and we all boarded it, just like before. Ultimately, I decided not to tell anyone about what I'd seen, and kept my worries to myself. Shirabe didn't seem to be acting any differently.
一日お疲れ様でした。
ああ、みんな疲れただろうからな。ゆっくり休んでくれ。
おい、お前大丈夫かよ。さっきからだんまりで。まさか、さっきのカツ丼に当たったのか？
What? No, that's not it. It's just... Nothing. I was just thinking, that's all.
まあまあ皆さん、彼女は唯一の女性なんです。愛しい人のことを考える時間も必要でしょう。
What? What? No.
そんなに慌てて。可愛らしい方ですね。
Don't make fun of me. I turned and stalked off. My cheeks ought. I could hear them laughing behind me. What a bunch of jerks. I sighed and headed for my room. There wasn't much point in talking about Shirabe until I knew more. I'm very suspicious. I collapsed into my bed as soon as I got to my room. Today really tired me out, but after seeing Shirabe doing whatever he was doing, I just feel drained. I rolled over and let out a long sigh before I heard the sound of voices from outside my room. Who is that? It can't be the piglets, right? I slowly opened the door and peered around it. At the end of the hallway, I could see Mitarashi apparently talking to himself. Was he on his cell phone? He knows we're not supposed to talk to people outside. I sighed. I knew he wasn't exactly a rules guy, but I hadn't thought he'd go that far. He was going to get us all in real trouble. Or maybe he's talking to one of the other players? No, that can't be right. Why would he need the phone then? So who's he talking to, and why? Maybe I was just feeling suspicious after catching Shirabe, but I decided to head out of my room and see what Mitarashi had to say for himself. Damn, people are beginning to be to act suspicious, I guess. Hey!
どうしたもうとっくに寝ちまったかと思ったぜ。
What should I do? Were you on the phone? Were you on the phone just now? There's no point in not just getting to the point.
あいや、ただの独り言だ。
You were talking pretty clearly for a guy having a conversation with himself.
気のせいだろ。いろいろありすぎてよ。状況を整理してたっつうか、お前だってそんな時あるだろう。
Yeah, I guess so. He was obviously nervous. Something was up. We said goodbye, and I headed back to my room. Shoot. First Shirabe and now Mitarashi. I sat down on my bed, unsure of what to do next. Wait, of course, I should talk to Uncle Keiji about it. I knew he was in a much worse situation than I was, and I didn't want to worry him. But I had to talk to someone. I typed out a quick text. Hopefully he can read that without the piglet seeing it. I told him about my suspicions regarding Mitarashi and Shirabe, and then sent it off. That didn't really solve anything, but at least I feel better now. I closed my cell phone with a sigh. 11 o'clock. I'm tired, but I still don't feel sleepy. I was probably just still feeling kind of worked up. I decided to go outside and get some air. Alright, let's go. With a deep breath, I picked myself up and headed out of the room. Do we have free time? I guess. Who should I hang out with? Well, two of these guys are being super suspicious. Shido.
なんだお前か。どうした？
I could ask you the same thing. Are you having trouble sleeping?
星を眺めたくなってな。こうして夜空を眺めていると少し気持ちが落ち着かないか？
You ever played any game like this, Luis? Yeah, I know what you
そう
mean.
だろ。一緒に夜空を眺めよう。
I nodded and moved over next to him. The night was clear, and above us I could see the moon, surrounded by billions and billions of stars. The moon's pretty tonight too, huh?
ああ。水面に月が揺らめいている。
The moment felt almost romantic. I should probably tell him about Shirabe, but it wasn't as if I'd seen anything that was solid proof. I just had suspicions.
何か俺に隠してないか？
I trust him because he cheated the last game. What?
図星か。別に無理には聞かないが、俺が力になれることがあれば。
Well, just then the boat rocked suddenly from side to side. Huh?
おっと。
Found myself thrown against Shido. When I looked up, our faces were very, very close together. Thanks.
いや、怪我がなくてよかった。
So romantic. He's really close.
稲船先。お前。
Yes?
意外と顔が
My face is very round. What a player. Huh?
一度そう気づくとこう思い切り撫で回したいような気持ちに駆られてきた。
He wants to touch my face? What? Is he a pervert? Hey, hands to yourself. I backed away from him, but Shido kept staring at my face. And stop staring, that's creepy.
いやすまん、ついな。
Is he going to try and rub my head again? I need to be careful. Shido appears to have a thing for round things. You shouldn't say that to a girl, though. Who wants to be told she's round? Still, it seemed like, in a strange way, he meant it as a sort of compliment. Was he really that socially inept? I'm not sure how I should feel about this.
どうした？
Oh, nothing. The more I thought about it, the sillier it seemed. He wanted to rub my face because it was round. I turned away to hide a grin. It felt good to smile. Besides, the moon is round too, and everybody likes looking at the moon. By the time I got back to my room, I was so tired I could barely stand. I took a quick shower and collapsed into bed. A quick check of my phone showed that my uncle hadn't responded yet. Guess I'll just have to wait. He's in a pretty bad spot. I shouldn't be impatient. I let my eyes drift shut and almost immediately fell into a deep sleep. The sound of me and my sister chattering and laughing filled the car as we drove forward toward the amusement park.
遊園地に着いたら何に乗る？やっぱジェットコースター。初めはメリーゴーランドにしようよ。
子供たちも楽しそうだし、仕事を休んだ甲斐があったな。
あなた。でも仕事をお休みして本当に良かったの？
まあたまにはいいだろう。それにいつもお前には子供を任せっきりですまないと思ってる。
あら、どうしたの？急に。
こんな時くらい本音を言っておかないとな。
ねえパパ、まだ着かないの？
もう少し待ってなさい。じきに遊園地が見えてくるよ。
Stage 3. Alright, seems like the perfect time to save and quit for today. Okay. Yeah, I think I am. It's a new day in the game, so I don't want to stop midway through. Or if I can avoid it, I won't. Yeah, I was asking you if you have ever played a game like this. Oh man, there's still a lot of game. Holy shit. I thought this would be shorter as an Otome game. You have? I'm playing this because I'm a big fan of Danganronpa. I'm not sure, I don't know if you know it. And the sets, it was supposed to be similar to it. This will be many days of pressing X to win the game. Bad. I played the Ace Attorney game. Yeah. Phoenix Wright. I have heard a lot of great things about it. But I have not played it yet. I think I still don't have that on PS4. There was another character that appeared at the... yeah, Makoto Mikami. Who the hell is this? Very nice game, not my type of game, I did enjoy it a lot. Well, I like these types of games. I like changing it up and surprising people with what I choose to play. So, like, play different things. And this is pretty different from Manhunt, which was the last game, right? But yeah, I never owned the DS, so I'll be playing... I want to play those games, and I'll be playing them on PS4. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go for today. I do hope you enjoyed Sweet Fuse, and we'll be back tomorrow to see more of it, where the hell it goes. So, have a good night. Goodbye. I guess this is playing again.